Okay. Waiting for Stephanie. Waiting for Stephanie. And it is 7:59. Let me see. Am I on? Okay. Waiting for. Oh, here we are. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. Can you hear me well?
A little better. At first, you definitely sounded like you were in a tunnel.
All right, I got the microphone. Oh wait, hold on. Let me put this in. Okay. How about now?
You still sound a little
Let me
tunnely.
fix it.
I don't do you have your check your settings and make sure your microphone
I'm
is
I'm working on it.
Stephanie Dean is here. I don't know if she got any sleep. I don't know if
Well,
she
as a
got
middle-aged person, you do.
What'd you say?
Yeah, I said as a middle-aged person, you do cat naps. Is the
So what do
microphone
you
better?
um yeah,
Not yet. Okay.
mm-mm.
Hold on. Let me get this fixed. Make sure this is in all the way. Okay. If that doesn't work, I got a different speaker, so I'm going to put this in.
Okay. And while she's doing that, I would like for you all to check out for me Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Please visit the website. This podcast has been devoted to fundraising for this nonprofit. This episode has been devoted to that because they do very important work for underserved children, children who are homeless, and they want to make sure that children also receive fair treatment in schools who come from children who come from underserved backgrounds. So please visit their website. As soon as you get there, you can see exactly what they're about and who they advocate for and the work that they do. And they also have a special AI tool for parents offering information on how to advocate, how parents can advocate for their children.
Time to get up.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Stop, go away. Okay. um, hmm.
Is the
Are you
microphone not better?
Mm-mm. That's odd.
Oh.
Stephanie and I podcast all the time.
Well, shoot.
Is
Okay,
some
let's see what I can do.
do you have
Yeah,
it plugged? It's
I
plugged
think I
into
got
your
the
mic?
wrong plug on my microphone is all. We traveled this week and I came back discombobulated.
Oh,
Um,
well, if it's an issue, it's okay. We can
so
although
the speaker isn't good. It's not a good sound.
not exactly,
Okay.
but
Let's see if I
we have
can
a couple of
get my husband to bring me a
see.
cord.
Good morning, Laneda. Good morning, Elisa. I don't know if Elisa went to sleep either.
One
Laneda said
second, I'll
you
be
look
right
good
back.
over there. The intro music. My phone was the intro music. Yes. Man, we still have it going on over here. Let's start healing. Let's see. I'm almost at 20 hours. Well, I am at 20 hours. It's 8 a.m. and This is like countdown. This has been a very phenomenal experience. I can hear you though. She said, "Hi, Stephanie." So, uh, I'll let her know. Wow. Thank you to you both for, Elisa and Lenada, uh, for just being on this ride. It's Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, Stephanie, she is a woman of many talents. She is also a Reiki healer like, Jyoti, and she is a spiritual intuitive, and she channels through, angel card readings. Um, I think Stephanie I talked to her about she has meditations, recordings that she, uh, will do, and I tell her, "These are so powerful, very, very powerful, and I think some should be created for the public." So we will talk about that. She'll be back in just a moment. And just before Stephanie, I was talking with, the guests on before were my cousin David, who lives in Portugal, my cousin Cheryl, who lives here, and they're first cousins. And he was talking about, moving to Portugal, and that's something that Stephanie has talked about her family. Her and her husband, not in Portugal, but just living out of the country after they retire. They've been talking about that for years. How's it going? We can't hear you at all now. Well, you're muted. Let me see if I can unmute you though. Um, can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute.
I thought I had taken off my video and I took off my sound. I don't have the right cord for my microphone, so we're just gonna have to go with this. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hi,
So,
Stephanie.
hi.
How are you doing this morning, and did you get any sleep?
I did get some sleep, but mostly I've been excited and affirming you. I think this is amazing and powerful, and I'm so happy to see you on the tail end of this journey and seeing the success. And I just really want to affirm that.
Thank you so much. And wait a minute. Elisa says hi.
Hi.
And Lenada said hi. And
Yeah.
Elisa was making the point that she can hear you.
Okay, good.
Jyoti's on and she says hi again.
Hi. Hi,
And
Josie, my fellow Reiki person.
yes, I was hoping that you had a chance to see her.
Yeah, I did. I did.
That was
I
amazing.
heard, I think I dozed through some of it, but I did hear a good bit of it. Yes.
Yeah. Well,
It
that's
was
because
dozing all night.
yeah, she's been up all night and they've been traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She
Yeah,
doesn't Don't you love her voice? I was talking about you earlier.
I
Uh,
remember. I heard that.
you heard me talk about when I was
Uh-huh.
talking to Sandra?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And
Oh, did you get something, Craig? Oh, yeah. Maybe I got something here. Let me see if I can get this.
okay. Because I was listening to some uh let me look at this over here. I was listening to some recordings trying to see what I might be able to delete on my disc. And so a lot of Stephanie was coming up and I was like, they were audio recordings and I was like, Stephanie's voice is like amazing.
Well, let's talk about abundance. I'm ready. I want to talk about this because I feel like it's so relevant to this topic that we're talking about our why and about
Yes.
how we thrive so we can help others thrive. And then let's tie that into the Georgia Appleseed group and what they're doing for children. So I just
Oh,
want to
my
talk about all of it.
thank you, and we wanna talk about you too and your, angel cards and how in I was talking about your intuitiveness and
Mhm.
your, birthday weekend for Joti. Really? Happy birthday, Joti.
Happy birthday, Jyoti.
Oh, I didn't know that. I wish I did. And, and I'm not trying to change the subject, but, the, recordings that you do, and I was just talking
Oh,
about
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
The meditations. Uh-huh.
Yes, yes, that's what I
Yeah,
said, that's what I said, so I wanna get
yeah.
into it.
Well, and
Uh,
I want to clarify that that's not my primary work. So, like, I don't call myself necessarily a Reiki healer, but I do love the practice and I love focusing on how I amplify my energy through Reiki and through connection with spirit and through angel conversations and through meditation, because I really do firmly believe that we can change our beliefs and change our thoughts and change our lives through these things. And so that's a practice that I work on every day myself. So
mhm,
I listen to meditations every night. Every single night, I listen to meditations that are intentional about the things that I want to create in my life. And then I listen really strictly to podcasts and readings and audiobooks that lift up my energy. And I really don't do a lot of idle, fictional reading or anything like that, because I feel like the time we have is so precious and I need every minute to be as high as we can. So
mhm.
um, I want to talk some more about how we create that in our lives today.
When you, when you said you listen to recordings every night, are those your recordings or
No.
you made?
So like I have Hay House uh, app, and they have some meditations that they put on there that are, some of them are for deep sleep or for connecting with spirit or for prosperity and abundance, different things that I listen to. And so I'll just put on audio and just say, run it till the end of the track. And it was so funny because last night I tried to do that because I'd been listening to you all day and I was kind of keyed up. I felt like I had so many words in my brain, and I can't even imagine how you're feeling right now. But I wanted to settle my brain down because I feel like I just got a little bit over
Stimulated.
stimulated, yes. And so I put on this meditation and I looked at it and went, "Oh, that's a 3-hour meditation." So I turned it back off, but it was a good one. It was a really good one. I'm gonna listen to it maybe tonight.
Who did you say it was?
It's,
Who
I'll have to look. It's on the Hay House app. It
okay,
was, we'll get that coming up in just a
okay.
second.
Oh,
It's
no,
called yeah,
I was just
yeah.
curious who it
Yeah,
was.
yeah. It's not somebody I have heard of before. Oh, Nikki Sutton. I don't know if you've heard of Nikki Sutton, but it was good. Started
Wow.
out good. So, anyway, I wanna start, if I may, with a conversation about miracles that I heard somebody mention yesterday, and I think you responded right back that A Course in Miracles says, "A miracle is just a shift of perspective."
Mhm. That was probably,
And when we
changed.
talk about abundance, there is so much that people want, and so often they are the only real resistance to it. And that's really just because they haven't had that shift of perspective yet to say it is available to me and it is available to everyone, and we should all go for it, and not compete against each other, not talk about entitlements or who gets this or who gets that, but just really to build each other up and just say, let's all go for it because it is available for all of us. And I want to start with that premise because there's so much that we're going to unpack today, I think, about how we break down some of those false beliefs and paradigms that we've been raised with to realize that it really is available for all of us.
Mhm.
Um, and that's my why, honestly. So I want to just lay all this right
Yeah,
out.
please, 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 and you've been pulling abundance cards, that
Mhm.
have been
Over
coming
and over.
up for
Yeah.
you, yeah.
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 So last week, when we were traveling, I think I told you I drew abundance 3 days in a row. And abundance is not about money always. Abundance is about a state of mind. It's about how do I feel that life is supporting me, and how do I feel that I have all my needs met, and that anytime I choose, I can step into the flow and be available to it.
Yes.
And that was something that, last week we didn't spend any money. We were traveling for 10 days. We went out to eat twice and we spent maybe $25 the whole time. So,
Mhm.
it's like we were not spending money, but we were on a work trip and we were shopping intentionally. And when we came home, we had spent quite a lot less than we expected, and we really came home feeling super successful about it. So,
Mhm.
this mindset that we have that says we have to have money, we have to be able to spend money to feel abundant. That's a flawed mindset.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. You've been you know how you've been for me in terms of, um, bringing me into abundance when I might feel in lack and just, saying, "No, no, that's not the way that this path has to look."
Mhm,
And
mhm.
yeah, very powerful.
Yeah, and what I love about our conversations is the ability to shift into something larger. Like, you are such a powerful woman, and I have always loved you for your strength and your intelligence. You're so well read and you're so well spoken, and the the way that you come into the world with your strength, both physical and spiritual and mental, is
Mhm.
just something that I've always been in awe of. And the piece that I know that you're capable of is shifting up into something more like a CEO. And we've talked about that
Mhm.
before. Like,
Yeah.
to take
Mhm.
this from being a podcaster to being a CEO of a podcast is a different mindset. And I see you transforming into that this year. And I just love it. And I
Yeah.
feel like this 24-hour event is one of those big step up events for you that says, I'm ready to step into this.
Yeah. I am. I am ready. I am ready.
Yeah.
Share
You are.
more. So your why.
My why.
Mhm.
So I have some clear life purposes that I have identified in my life, things that I came in with a reason to be. And one of those is learning and teaching. Another one of those is being a counselor slash friend. I don't feel a call to be a therapist or anything like that, but to be able to offer candid and loving advice
Mhm.
and offer the best intentions for a person and to be able to identify when they're not really open to hearing it also. So
Mhm.
to me, those are things that I've learned and practiced throughout my life. And when I look back at different jobs that I've had and different relationships that I've had, I've seen evidence that those things resurface over and over and over again. And another one that I have is that I really love spreadsheets and I really love working finances, and I have not always had money. In fact, I've been rich and poor and rich and poor through cycles of our lives. Um, but, and when I say rich, I mean that in my relative terms, not
Mhm.
Donald Trump relative terms. But but what I noticed about that is that the life purpose is to learn and teach and to have it somehow be connected to finances and somehow be connected to helping others to lift up others as we go. So that's really my why. It's the
Mhm.
whole reason why I'm here, and I can point to many examples for all of those things
Mhm.
throughout my life. And so now when we come back to abundance, that just feels like the click. And I don't think I really got what abundance was about until the last few years, because that was just in the last few years that I finally gave myself permission to be on God's track and to break all the paradigms of what I thought was expected of myself in order to be on God's track and to let the angels guide me down the path that I was supposed to go. And so when I finally truly acknowledged that this is a path, and, thankfully my husband agreed and we went along together,
Mhm.
um, life just started to click.
Yeah.
And it's clicked in the past, but it's only clicked to a limited degree because I wasn't allowing my full self to flourish and
Mhm.
thrive.
Yeah. Yeah. And um, can you give them a little backstory
Mhm.
on, your trajectory and your path? And
Yeah.
I wanna share that, uh, Jyoti says next phase for sure. Lenada, facts, Stephanie, very good points. abundance, Elisa says, abundance is, capitalizing is, available to me. And
Mhm.
when you mentioned A Course in Miracles and the shift in perception, I think she's saying that was Melody who had
Mm.
put that up.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Yep.
Mhm.
So my backstory is I'm gonna go way, way back. I went to school in Birmingham, Alabama. My parents were a nurse and a postman, and they were not making very much money. I don't know how they raised 3 kids. We had a small house, and 2 of us stayed in a room, and my room was tiny when I had a room by myself, and when I didn't, I was sharing it with a baby, and I was 9, and so there was just different aspects. We were not living an abundant life by any means, but we didn't miss it. I didn't notice it, and I remember when I was 10, I had a babysitting job, and my dad was giving me an allowance, and that was, kind of a big deal for me. Like I loved getting my allowance every week, and I think it was like $8 or something. It wasn't, anything, or maybe it started at 5 and moved up to 8. But so every time he gave me an allowance raise, I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I started babysitting, and I was making decent money, and of course it's like $3 or $4 an hour at that point, and it was not that big, but I was tithing to the church, and my money just I kept getting more and more hours with the babysitting. Like it started out with, just a Friday night. And then during the summer, my summer that I was 11, I actually got a job where it was all day, every day, babysitting another kid who was 7. And so I would ride my bike over and I'd, hang out at the house and I'd make him sandwiches and stuff. And we'd ride our bikes to the pool. So it felt more like fun than work. But I was tithing. And so the way that I was tithing at that point was not how much I earned, it was how much I had. And I wasn't spending any money. So I was saving all this money. And every week I was giving 10% of everything I owned back to the church. And at one point I said to my dad, "Oh, we're only supposed to tithe on our income." And he goes, "Well, I mean, you give whatever you want to give." And I
Mhm.
said, "Well, maybe the reason why I'm getting so much money this summer is because I'm tithing so much." He's like, "Yeah, totally makes sense." And that
That's
was my first real foundation into what the flow of money in and out meant to me.
Mhm.
And so then I went to college, and I was really fortunate to be able to come to Georgia, to Atlanta, to go to college. And I got out and I had a political science degree. I thought I wanted to go to law school. And then I interned for an attorney and I worked on a political campaign. And I was like, this is not for me. It just was
Mhm.
not. So I didn't really have a plan at that point. I had a political science degree, which didn't really mean a lot. And I had a part time job that I'd started working in college in a nonprofit um, organization that was a school for children with learning disabilities, making $6 an hour. And so I'm 19, starting that job. I'm 21, still working that job while I'm going to college, full time, working the job. And I got out, and they offered me the chance to stay on. And at that point, I was still making $6 an hour, or maybe 6.50. I'm not even sure. And so the salary that they ended up offering me was $19,000 a year, and this is in 1991. And I went to the director of this school, which is a small school, and I said, "I can't live on this." And she said, "You have to think about your value as separate from the amount of money that you make." So that was key lesson number 2 around money, is that I was saying to myself, "You need to pay me more because I'm more valuable." And she was saying to me, "Your money that I'm paying you is what the job is valued at. It's not what you're valued at. So don't put those 2 together."
Mhm.
And so I had to really, and that did not feel good because she didn't give me a raise. And I was not making enough money. So every month I was getting paid once a month, and I was crying at the end of the month going, "I don't even have enough. I don't have enough to pay this month's bills, much less last month that I didn't pay." And so I'm just snowballing into debt. And I was really, really, frustrated and angry and bitter because I felt like I was not being valued for my worth.
Mhm.
But later, I reflected on that and like she was right. And that was a really good lesson that I need to internalize,
Yeah.
because we think the job should be valuing us, and we get bitter when the outside forces don't value us.
Mhm.
So then I go to another job and I'm making $27,000 a year. So that was a huge raise at that time for me, 19 to 27, doing the same work, but being a little bit more independent, and still not making great money. And then I got a second job, And so I'm supplementing with a second job, and my husband and I had met by that time, and he's in college, and so we're kind of just stitching it together, and we're not really making any money. And then I left the first job to go full-time with the second job, worked there for 4 months, and just wanted to get out. It was miserable. The management, because I moved into management as a
Mhm.
full-time position. It was at a spa, a day spa, and I wasn't a person who wears makeup, so that was kind of a not a good fit. But so I was working in the spa as a receptionist, and then I moved into the management of the spa, and they just wanted so much from me, and they were just very distrusting, and it was just not a good setup. So 4 months later, I quit. I walked off the job without having a job, and I was like, I just can't do it.
Mhm.
Took me a year to find another job. So we're eating rice that year. Like we just barely survived. But I was too proud to go to our parents, either one of our parents, both of whom would have helped us, to say, we need help.
Mhm.
We need some money to get by. We need to come stay with you, anything. And we were just not people who were going to do that as young adults. That just wasn't in our nature. So, I look at that now as an adult and go, boy, I wish I'd, had more wisdom to just lean on somebody when I could
Yeah.
have, and to
Yeah.
not quit the job. But, that was my first true experience with being poor. We were not, comfortable with money until we were 28.
Mhm.
And then we ended up getting better jobs, and we moved to Chicago after Craig graduated college. And that was kind of our boom years. So we went through this cycle from like 28 to 35 when we were in
Mhm.
Chicago, where we were making decent money, and it felt rich, and we were learning how to manage money. So we got into Robert Kiyosaki and Rich Dad Poor Dad, and started understanding what the difference was between assets and expenses. So, for instance, your house that you live in is not an asset, and many people think that your house is an asset because it grows in value, and you say, okay, when I cash it out, then I'm
Mhm.
going to have all this money, and I still feel that way. But I can't cash it out and still have a place to live. So it's not an asset,
Mhm.
because if I cash it out, I don't have a place to live. So that we got to think through that. So then it becomes more of an expense. So then we started thinking, well, what are true assets? And then there was a game that he created called Cash Flow. Robert Kiyosaki created this game, and I recommend this to anybody who really wants to focus on their wealth and understanding
Mm.
their financial management. We land on this square called doodads. And doodads are things that you spend money on that you don't need in your life, you just want in your life.
Mhm.
So, our wants in our life are that we love to travel. We want to travel everywhere we can, all over the world, as fast as we can. But we don't need to have an expensive lifestyle to do that. And so we learned really early in that cycle of, acquiring money, that we did not need to spend on everything that people thought was important. So for us, spending on cars is not important. Cars are just a means for me to get from point A to point B. So we drive old cars, and we drive them until they just don't make any sense to keep them anymore. Other people love cars, and I don't resent or challenge that at all, because we want to be spending money on what our value system supports. So you can have everything you want. You just can't have everything everybody else wants. And so making that distinction is a really big distinction when you're talking about abundance.
You can have everything you want, you just can't have everything everybody else wants.
Exactly.
Let me, some folks have, commented, like,
Mhm.
"Let's go Alabama," Melody said, and, "Nice money, woo, nice money, Elisa," and also sent a heart. And Jyoti, I might have said already, was saying next phase for sure, and she sent a heart as well.
Mhm.
But you're resonating.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, so during those years in my corporate career, so I'd gotten a corporate job. Honestly, I started as an administrative assistant. So after I left the spa and I'd had a year, I was selling Herbalife. I mean, I was just going literally, I was the person, you guys may remember this. I haven't seen this much lately, but back in the early 90s, I was taking flyers, and we were cutting up flyers. So we were printing out all these flyers to say, you know, I can't remember what the slogan was. It was like $39 to get started, lose weight fast.
Mhm.
So I'm literally going to parking lots like a Walmart, and I'm picking up the windshield wiper and sticking a flyer in it, and we would flyer like 1,000 cars every day. It was hot work. I lost weight just because of the walking in the heat in the summer. But, I was hustling for just to make my $350 apartment rent. That's what I was paying at that time.
Mhm, mhm.
And that apartment it was a junk apartment. It was across the street from Southern Tech where Craig was going to college. And we were, I'll leave it right there. It was just a junk apartment. And, but, I loved it. I was happy. We were just newlyweds at that time. And we spent our first year as a newlywed, because this is right after we got married that this year was happening. My mom's house. We went to my mom's house, and she had brought out the little topper of the wedding cake that she put in the freezer for us. And she pulls it out, and we're looking at each other going, we have never been more broke. And here we are at my mom's house having this piece of cake celebrating our first wedding anniversary. And it just felt like so weird. It was so weird. And so then finally, Craig's uncle had a wife who worked at a corporation, and she got me a job as an administrative assistant. And so I started as administrative assistant, and then I moved into a planning team. And I was planning Pepsi cartons at Riverwood at that time. This is like 1996. And then so when we went to Chicago, I got a job in the planning team, and Monster.com had just come out. So I was just figuring all this out, but I got a job on Monster, and I was like thrilled. I was just thrilled. And it was making, I think, $45,000 a year at the time. So not big money, but it was much bigger money than we'd ever had. And so he had a job, I had a job. Between us, we made like $80,000, and we were just feeling like we were in the money at that point. And so we start to climb the corporate ladder, and we're climbing, and I'm working hard. I mean, I'm just, long hours, burning the candle at both ends. And so we did dig out of debt, and we did have a house, and it was a nice house, and we had experiences, and we got to travel. And so we started to feel like, okay, we've made it. We're never going back to that hungry time again. And then we had our first child, and we decided to come back to Atlanta. And so when we came back to Atlanta, that started a different kind of spiral. So I started to think that we were going to just have this money flowing out of us every time we were in Georgia, because we had not had money when we were in Georgia. We went to Chicago, we had money. We came back to Georgia, the money started draining down. I mean, so fast. So we had a nanny, and that nanny, who was in the house while we were both working full time, cost us some money, and we ended up letting that person go after just a couple of, a period of time, because we realized we just really wanted to be in our own home ourselves with our kids.
Mhm.
And so my husband quit his job and stayed home with the kids. So that cut our salary in half. But then we also had other people who needed money, and we were just like, sure, we got money. We bought a trip for Craig's mom and her brother and sister to go to Scotland the first year we were back. And we were just spending on things without integrity.
Mhm.
And so we had to get back to our roots about what that meant. So, I remember that I was giving money to people who needed it and saying, it's just money. Money is energy, and I give you my energy. I give it freely because I care about you. And that was a smart thing to do. But what wasn't smart was to enable. And so month after month after month, different people were needing money, and we were giving it to all of them. And so then we ended up putting ourselves in harm. And so we weren't in integrity in that. And we had to come back and say, okay, what is this all about? And for me, it was about codependency. This was me saying, I want to help you because I know you need help, and I'm going to sacrifice myself to do it.
Mhm.
And that was not in integrity.
Mhm.
So I had to go learn those lessons for myself again. I'm learning about different aspects of abundance and what that means. It does mean abundance to give generously. It does not mean abundance to give generously to the fault that you're hurting yourself and you can't continue to sustain and be in the flow of money yourself, and you can't receive. And
Yeah.
so it was like a one-way outflow, and we
Mhm.
had to stop and pull back. In the meantime, I was in a corporate job that I did not love. I never loved corporate. I was never feeling like I was enough.
So good at corporate too.
I was good at it, but I just I
Yeah.
didn't feel good at it. I never felt like I was enough.
Let me share before we get too far
Sure.
down the road. Um, Melody, back when you said this, I it was resonating for me too. You can't have she's quoting you, you can't have everything
Everybody
that
else wants.
everybody else wants. And
Yeah.
then Peggy, she says she relates to all of this so much, except she says she was going through this unmarried, but figuring it out
Mhm.
step by struggling step.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
get it. I get it.
Yeah.
And these are the challenges that start to create the false beliefs. So let's store that one away because we want to come back to that later. Now,
Mhm.
Adrian, we're going till 9 or 10 because I'm prepared to go to 10. Is that right?
10 is good. 10
10.
is
Okay, great.
good.
So we're going to
I
tell
need
more
to step
stories.
away for a
Yeah,
second
and
for
you can do
a
that.
while. Is that
You can
okay?
do that now if you want to. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
I just
prepared
wanna
to do that.
thank you. I'll be right back.
So, and take as long as you need because I can talk all day.
Can you see the comments, though? You can't see the
No, I
comments.
can't see the
Yeah,
comments.
I'll read
So,
I won't be gone long.
yeah, that's fine. Um, so I was in this place understanding, that I could make money, but I wasn't really happy. And so I was in this corporate track and I was feeling like, the corporate goals for me were just really oppressive because I'm a sensitive person. I'm a really sensitive person, even though I'm a strong person and a very capable person. Any negativity that came at me in terms of pressure just felt crushing. And so I would work harder and harder and harder to try to make sure that I never got those negative comments. And that was just really terrible for me because I became a workaholic and I became obsessed with just trying to never get those negative comments. And so I was climbing the corporate ladder and I was getting promoted every year, every year, every year, but I was just burned out. And so by the time we got to age 34, we hadn't had a child yet. We'd been married for almost 10 years, 9 years at that point. And and I was like, okay, if we're going to have a child, we got to get focused on that because there's never going to be the perfect. And we knew that we had money. We kind of worked through all of our, emotional getting to know each other things as a couple, and so we made a decision to have a child. And at that point, I was so burned out with the job that I was in. I mean, it was just like go to work at 6 a.m. and work till 10 p.m. and then come in on Saturday and work 6 more hours. It was just ridiculous. But we were making great money. And so I had to stop and say, that's not my priority. And, we go through cycles in our life where when you're young, you don't have any money, you've got to figure out how, you got to scrap for it. When you're in your 30s, maybe you've started to figure this out. Those are the years that you're learning about money, and those are times that are important. But then there's times when you have to say, money isn't the only important thing. And if I allow this to be the only important thing, it's going to change who I am. And it's going to change who I am for the worse. So I've got to stop and think, how am I going to thrive in a place where I can still be my full self? And so I was at a point where I was the director of materials for this company in Chicago, and I was really proud of the title and I was proud of the salary, but I was so exhausted and I just didn't have anything to give. And I was in a place where we were on a manufacturing floor. This planning team that I managed was on this manufacturing floor, and it was loud. It was like constant machinery all day long for these 16-hour days that I was working because I was there first and I was there last late at night until the night shift went home, the evening shift went home. And I I was miserable because I have a lot of noise sensitivity. So I basically just said, I can't do this anymore. I want to just take some time and go figure something else out. So I quit my job for the second time without having another job. And at that point, I we had money that we could coast for a while, and I had a plan that I was going to go and help people get other work because we had had a corporate layoff where the whole company got shut down, and I was fortunate to get another job, but other people in our company were not. So I was writing all these letters of recommendation as we were shutting down the company. This is during the dot-com bust, and so we're shutting down the company, and I'm writing all these letters of recommendation, working with all these HR recruiters. And I thought, I kind of enjoy this. I enjoy helping people get back on their feet when they've been laid off. So I decided I would take a summer and try to, take my turn at being an HR recruiter. And so I started this network and I've joined with another person who was already doing this. And it wasn't the right time for me. I didn't do that well at it. I don't think I even closed one deal, honestly, because I kept wanting to just call the hiring manager and say, just take them for free. And so, there's my generosity kind of kicking in and going, this is not supporting my needs, but it's supporting other people's needs. And so in the meantime, we had decided to start trying for a baby, and I did get pregnant. And so I started back at this other job, which was Bosch Power Tools in Chicago. And I went in when I was already 4 months pregnant for the interview. And so we went in. I went in for the interview. I got it. I was well overqualified for it. It was making about half of what I had made in my last job. So I took a big step back. Wasn't managing anybody, but I was happy. I was enjoying the work, and I was feeling like it was good to just not have that pressure to perform, because I could work in my sleep and I could go home to the baby and just be with the baby on the weekends and not have that overtime commitment. And that worked for a while. But then, I realized that I really wanted to be home with the baby, because just even leaving for 8 to 5, you take your child to a daycare one day and you realize that's not what you want for your life. And so we were trying to come up with some other creative solutions. And within a year, we basically finally decided just to move back to Georgia, where we had a better support team. And we had, Craig's mom was here, and I was going to just try to find another job. And Craig did get another job. So now we're at the height of our money, but we're not happy. And we're starting our family, and we're starting to reassess our values. And we come back to Georgia, and we have quite a bit of savings. We bought a decent house that wasn't very, expensive. And it's in a nice neighborhood, which we're still in today, 20 years later. And we felt like we could get better balance. We felt like we had the money, we could get a job. I actually quit my job in Chicago and then came back and to him and said, we're gonna go to Atlanta. And he said, why do you need to quit? Just travel. So I ended up traveling every other week for about 13 years. And I went to Chicago once a month, and I went to my customers in North Carolina once a month. And that worked for a long time because I worked at home. And I didn't really have to be around the people, and I didn't have the pressure to perform. And that was really pretty good. And during that time, I had a spiritual awakening. So I was turning 40 at that time. And I had our second child by then. And that was when it was like I just had this straight up connection, straight up to spirit that says, you need to wake up. And so I did. And fortunately, Craig's mom, my husband's mom, and her sister were very much into the spiritual community. And they introduced me to angel cards. And they had introduced me to them long before, but I had a Baptist upbringing, and I wasn't ready to receive that. I wasn't ready to be open to that. And so when they started introducing me to both Reiki and to the angel cards, I just felt like I had found my place. I felt like I was alive in a way that I had never been alive before. And that spirituality came flooding through me. And I felt like I was shining really bright. And this is in 2009. So this is when I first met Adrian. That was the very year that I met Adrian. And we had this spiritual connection. So we started talking, and we were just like really, tight with each other and feeling so comfortable, just flowing back and forth with a lot of our conversations. And we would challenge each other in, spiritual debates and conversations. And it felt so great. So I'm still going to work, and I'm still traveling every other week, and I'm still raising 2 young children. But I felt really alive. And abundance was flowing. I had people asking me if I was ready for promotion, even while I was remote, which was really unheard of at that time. I was going to my customer, and I wasn't really that focused on the work because I was meditating all the time. Like I was just reading angel cards. I was sharing Reiki with other people during the workday. And I kept thinking, is this in integrity? And I kept getting the answer, yes. And some of you out there may be going, no, that is not an integrity. You're working on something else and claiming the workday. But for me, that was the first time that I really started to shake the paradigm about work as a source of income. So God was paying me through this work, and I was actually doing great work because I'd been at that job for 5 or 6 years in the same job, never took a promotion. And I could do it very easily, and I was very tuned in to when I needed to pay attention and when I needed to just let things ride and be, more in flow. And at that time, I would go to my customer, and they were, very, by the book people who were they were this was at Lowe's, the home improvement store, and they were all about, get the promotions right, get the promotions right, and make sure that we're pricing everything and all that stuff. And so it was all about the work. But when they had a problem, they would start to confide in me because I'd been their vendor for 3 or 4 years at that point. And they started asking me. And one day I mentioned to one of my customers, I said, I read angel cards. And if you'd ever be interested, I'd be happy to read for you. She's like, yes. So over time, I started to go visit them for my monthly trip. They would come to my hotel room and we'd read angel cards together. So there were like more, it started with one, and then it was two, and then it was like 7 women who would come to my hotel room, and we'd have angel card readings and practice Reiki. And so I was doing my work with Bosch and getting paid well for it, and not worried about promotion, not trying to be on that track anymore. And I was doing the work of spirit that I was supposed to do at that time, because my spirit was just shoot up straight connected. I felt like I was just talking to the angels all day long, every day. And then I had a crash. And the crash was that my mother-in-law needed a lot more help physically. And she had gotten to a point where she had to retire because of her health. Her sister had gone through a bankruptcy, and we were trying to help her. And we ended up giving more money than we had to help support them and to help them to move into a place of safety and security. And so during that time, this is around 2015, we went through this period of closing in, protectionism, worry and fear started to set in. And I was driving down the highway one day when Adrian and I were talking, coming back from my mother-in-law's house. And I said, I am just feeling so choked with fear. I don't know how we're going to get through this, because I can't get a promotion from a remote position. And remember, I had actually been on the brink of having a promotion before. This was 3 years ago when I was in my shoot up spirituals phase. And we turned it down because it was during a housing drop, and our house value had dropped, and we just didn't have the ability to move abroad, which is where they wanted us to go. So we are in this phase where we're in this kind of high vibrating, we're still making decent money. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough. It's all we needed. And I'm spiritually connected. We're with the kids as much as we want to be. It's feeling really good. And then one turn happens, and suddenly I'm in the dark night of the soul. Financially, we've crashed. We've got a physical support need that we can't manage because they're across town, and we've got young children, and we're trying to manage that. And so we moved his mom in with us over the course of a year and a half. She went first to an apartment down the street from us and then moved in because the money just ran out. And we're trying to both carry the burden of revitalizing, redoing our house to create a basement apartment for her, and caring for her physical health. And my light just went dim. It was just like dark. And I started isolating. I isolated from Adrian and everybody else in my life, my mom, my sisters, my friends, my coworkers. And I was just like, I'm not safe. I don't have enough. And I don't feel like I will ever have enough. And then things started going sour at work. And I started having more pressure at work. And it's like, all this was my own creation. And so I realized, and it took me a long time. It took me years to realize it wasn't the first, couple months when we went through this. I'm like, I got to right size this. This took me years to figure out, because we were in the grind of caregiving and raising children and trying to make the bills meet and meet the bills. And it wasn't enough. It just felt like it was never, ever enough. And so when I finally started to shift out of that, it took me about 5 years to shift out of that. I had to stop giving more than I was able to give. I had to, and I say, in a loving way now. I didn't say it loving at first, but I say it loving now. My mother-in-law burned the codependency out of me. And that was, at that time, I was kind of bitter about it. But I'd say it now and saying that was a great thing, because I needed to not be over giving. I was not doing her a service, and I was not doing myself a service. And so I wanted to care for her in a way that was loving and caring. but not that was meeting every demand of hers, that was just her wants, not her needs. And so we go back to that statement again of we can have everything we want, but we can't have everything everybody else wants. And we can't give everything everybody else wants. There is enough for all of us, but we have to each do our part to pull up and say, this is enough. And so some of you are probably caregivers today. And one thing that I would say urgently to you as a caregiver is love that loved one, but don't coddle to the point that you are giving of yourself more than you can give, because you will die first. And when I started to finally realize that my health was going down, my blood pressure was up, my weight was up, my cholesterol was up, my stress level was up, everything was up in a bad way. And I started to pull back and say, I love you and I care for you, but I cannot do this thing that you're asking today. Here's what I can do, and I will do it with love. And so I would meditate, and I went back to the angels and I said, show me how to do this right, because we're not done with this journey yet. And we still had 5 years left in that journey at that point. So she was with us for 10 years at our house. And so I went through this period of saying, show me how to do this right, because clearly I'm not doing it right now. We didn't have enough money. We didn't have enough time. We didn't have enough patience. We didn't have enough energy. And so as we go through this cycle of saying, show me how, we had to set more firm boundaries. And it wasn't just with her, it was also at work. I was saying, I know this is what your goal is for the quarter, but here's what I can do. I know this is what you want from me, but I'm going to need some compensation for this, because I'm not just giving my value away for free. And so over this period of time, I started to put a little bit more boundary on what I was willing to give, so that it would be in integrity and I would be giving from a place of authenticity. And that shift took a long time to happen. But what happened for me at that point was I started to slowly dial in where I was and what I valued, as opposed to what everybody else thought I was supposed to value. And then I started to find abundance again. So I was able to move out of that job where I'd been in the same exact job without a promotion for 13 years and went to the Clorox company. And I did a job that was bigger. It was a consulting job instead of a doing job. And I started to consult with people in analytics and supply chain, which has been my whole career is in supply chain. And then I enjoyed that work, but I didn't necessarily enjoy the office environment. And so I kept, turning towards what works better for me. And it took me quite a few years to figure out what works better for me. And that was a dynamic. I was working at home with my mother-in-law, and I was working with the company and with family members. And there were just so many layers of this story that I could just, like I said, I could go on till, the end of the day on this. But the point is, what do you need to turn towards to be in your authenticity? And if you're not feeling you're in abundance and in the flow, what do you need to turn towards to support your own self and your own connection with spirit, so that you can live your largest life? So as we were in the final year of my mother-in-law's life, I was not totally happy at work, but I was not totally unhappy. I had a great manager who, I had worked well with for several years, and I was on a promotional track again, and it felt good, but I also felt like I'm not flourishing in my spirit the way I want to. So I can do this work, but I don't want to do this work. And so I read this book called Take the Leap, and it's by Gail, and I'm going to forget the name of Gail's last name. So just look it up. Take the Leap by Gail somebody, and I'll get that for you soon. And he talked about these different levels that we go through as people, where we have this level of incompetence, things that we just can't do well, and we really shouldn't even be trying. And so for me, that would be working in a day spa where I should be wearing makeup, and I really just hate makeup. I really can't tell you how much I hate makeup. So that would not be a good place for me to be as a long-term plan, because there would be an expectation to do that. Now, we can find other things, like some people just really hate spreadsheets. I geek out on spreadsheets. I love them. So that would be great for me. A place where I'd have to be on socially all the time, that would be terrible. My place of incompetence. Then we move up to the place of competence. And this says, you can do this work. You can do it pretty well, but you could do a lot more. So, administrative assistant, I could do that really well. And I still today have a great typing speed and I can do that really well. I'm a great note taker before AI came and started taking notes. But that's not living my best life. And then you get to the place that becomes confusing because it's the place of excellence. And you say, wow, she is really good at supply chain. She's really good at analytics. And I say, yeah, I am, but it's not my best life. And so we have to keep challenging ourselves. And the final place that he talks about, Gail Hendricks is the last name. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, for getting that back in your head. Thank you, Angels. Gail Hendricks. And the final place is the place of excellence. I'm sorry, the zone of genius. The zone of genius says, not only are you living your best life and doing everything as well as you can, but you are loving it and it is just constantly feeling creative. And you're excelling in ways and you've got the support under you to do those tasks that are not in your zone of genius so that you can be in your zone of genius all the time. And when I read that book, it was the summer of 2023. And at the same time, I swiped right on a book called Dirt Rich on my Kindle while I was on vacation and found this book about buying land and selling land. And I knew that I'd always wanted to be an entrepreneur. I didn't know what I was going to do with that, but I knew that I wanted to. And it started to just simmer within me. And I was drawing angel cards while I was on vacation. And the answers were yes, go forward, pay attention, look at the signs. It was like all these little symbols that said, you need to really start to follow your spirit now. This is the time. And so things had not aligned yet with all the different pieces of our lives that we needed to be able to just make this big leap. But by the fall of that same year, so this is in June and July that I was having these readings, and Adrienne has mentioned on podcasts that in August we sat down with spreadsheets and started looking at finances together. And just a couple months later, in November, I was resigning from my corporate job, and I have not looked back since. And we are thriving. And it's not that we're rich, it's that we're abundant. And we're really feeling like we're in the flow of everything that we need is coming to us, and it's always coming to us. And we're able to help people, and we're able to inspire and bring people up on this journey with us because there's plenty for everybody. I'm going to pause because I just done a tirade there.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was amazing. And I want to share what some of the folks have, some of what they've said, and I want to chime in. Let me scroll down. Gosh. Okay, so, oops. Hold up. Okay. Peggy said, I always felt the same way at corporate jobs, nonprofits, even were the same. Jyoti said, beautifully said, Stephanie, when you were commenting at that point, when you were sharing at that point. Elise says, she says, at least I relate to being sensitive. Lyneda, absolutely. That's why I think money is worth the value we place in it. And she capitalized we. Sometimes time with family, our sanity, less stress, etc., is worth more.
Absolutely.
Elisa says, was just having a conversation sharing how people told me to wait on having kids until I had the money for it. And she was talking yesterday, if you saw her, just about, the joy of having. And Sandra, I thought I saw more than one comment. There's something gets in the way here. Sandra said, oh, wait. I'm just trying to get this scroll. Oh, there's more. Bear with me. Sandra said, so many of us can relate to corporate trauma and needing and desiring more fulfilling work. Jyoti, yes, I totally get that. Elisa, so relatable.
And 2020 was such a year for us to all wake up to that. We went through the pandemic, and then we went through the murder of George Floyd, and the conversations became a lot more raw and corporate, and the
Mm,
demands of us to be able to come authentically to work became a lot more demanding
mhm,
because of these big events that were happening, and enough was enough. Enough was
mm,
finally just enough.
mhm,
But now we're sliding back. This call back to work, back to the office trend that's been repetitively happening in companies in the last 2 to 3 years
mhm.
is calling us to quelch our spirit again.
Yeah.
And I don't want to necessarily be an advocate to just wave the flag nonstop for getting out of corporate, but I am an advocate for waving the flag to say, be authentic and be in your spirit
Mm,
and take the leap if you need to, if that is what that looks like for you, because
mhm,
that's what it looked like for me. When they called us back to the office, I was out. That was the
mm,
turning point for
mhm.
me that said, no, it's not my best place.
Sandra, I don't know what you were mentioning at this point, but she commented over giving
Mhm.
to what you were
It's a big
saying.
deal, because I felt like, at one point, I actually said to a cousin of mine who was the sister's, daughter-in-law, I said, "I feel like my best quality, which is being generous, has been turned into my worst quality."
Mm,
And
you
when
see.
that happened, it was time to stop and pull back and start to reevaluate.
Jyoti, the learning comes through our life's experiences. Absolutely.
Yep.
Sandra, boundaries are so important. Jyoti, perfect boundary setting with love. And Peggy, she asked, did your husband burn out as well as you guys cared for his mom?
Absolutely. Yeah. And what I'm so grateful for is that we were still very tight as a couple because we were in it together. But
Mhm,
yeah, we were both burned out. Yeah, we were both in it, uh, both sleeves rolled up. It was
mhm.
every day we were in it together. And, that part we were truly partners on. And, you feel caregiver burnout is a thing. It's a real thing. Look it up,
Okay.
and they'll give you I took a test once, and I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's
Oh,
me
of
all the
course.
way through." But what you do is you tend to isolate because you feel like nobody else understands you. Nobody
Mhm,
else understands what you're going through. And fortunately, we were together in it, so we had each other when
mm.
we didn't really feel like we had the ability to lean on anybody else in the same way.
Sandra says, "I love consulting. The flexibility to work from home helps me live
Mhm.
my largest life."
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Elisa said, "This is so timely. Thank you for the depth of your sharing."
Mhm.
And she said, zone of genius." And
Yeah.
Sandra, "We must keep challenging ourselves, working in my zone of genius." Woo. Uh, Elisa, I
Yeah, I
love
wanna talk about what that looks like too shortly. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Yeah. Expound of the mindset. This is Lenata. Lenata.
Mhm,
Expound of the mind shift that you and your husband expound
mhm,
on the mind
mhm,
shift that you and your husband have done since leaving corporate America. And um,
mhm.
Sandra says, yes,
I
yes,
love this. Okay.
please do that.
So let's keep going. First of all, I want to do a quick little PSA for Georgia Appleseed. Um, I want to tie what this looks like with abundance to Georgia Appleseed because abundance starts with safety. If we don't feel safe, we can't see our way out. And when a child doesn't know where they're going to sleep tonight or whether home is safe or is constantly in a fear based transition, they have a really difficult time even imagining the possibility of abundance. And so, what I want to have us tie together, and I love that we've got so many people listening because this is the time. If you haven't given yet, this is the time to say you can symbolically contribute to your abundance by helping this child find that safety that they need. And this group is a really powerful organization for creating systemic change to do that. And I'm going to talk more about this, but I really want you to consider pledging during this hour because that represents you saying, I have enough, I have plenty to share and spare. And this is a really great organization that's going to help to shift these children who really need somebody to support them. move into abundance.
Thank you so much. You did a much better job than I did. I've been talking about them for so long, and I felt like that was
Yeah,
fresh. That was fresh. They are
we'll do that.
incredible organization,
Yeah,
and so I appreciate you
yeah,
sharing.
sure.
Oh, my friend Lisa texted. She said, "Good morning, Adrian. Um, oh my God, I have to read this later, but the and she it's so long, like my heart is so full. It's a very long text, but she starts out saying, "I've been watching your podcast since 12:30 p.m. yesterday. Thank you, thank you, thank you."
That's awesome.
And
That's
oh,
awesome.
yeah.
And so I've got another PSA, which I was going to do later, but I'm going to do it now. This is for Adrian because we need to be talking about what Let's Start Healing means to us. And she has been committed to this for years. For how many years? Is 6 years now? Is it 6 or 5?
2018.
7 years. 7 years she's been committed to this.
Mhm.
She's doing this as a labor of love, as a vessel of spirit, and it's time for her to be compensated for this too. And so there's something that I want to bring to this. This 24-hour event has brought so much energy and power and healing and conversation. And it's time for us to start to reciprocate what Adrienne has brought to the planet through this podcast. So she and I have been working on a podcast ourselves called Shifting into Peace. And we're going to be putting this behind a wall on Patreon and asking for subscriptions. And
Patreon.
all the money
You broke up for a second, so I wanna
yeah,
know that.
on Patreon.
Uh-huh.
And I don't
Mhm.
know if it's ready to launch yet. Is it ready yet, Adrienne? I don't think it is.
Um, Patreon, no, it's
It'll
not
be
ready to
ready.
launch, but we have about 14 episodes recorded.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So those full episodes will only be available on Patreon. And I really encourage you to get a subscription and be part of this community because that's how she supports this work being more of her zone of genius because
Mhm.
she's still having to scrap for a living when she really should be doing this full time. So I just want to, honor the
We
work
should
that
say
she's offered as a gift.
hustle for a living.
Hustle
Thank
for a
you.
living.
Thank you,
Hustle for a
Stephanie.
living. Yes.
Hustle for a living. Thank you, though. Thank you.
And then that is abundance because she's giving this freely and it's time for her to be able to reciprocate on this. So just like we're going to support Georgia Appleseed, I'm going to be asking to support Adrienne and the Let's Start Healing podcast. So I'm going to be offering angel readings for the next month. And 100% of those readings are going to be, I'm going to ask for a love offering of $50. And 100% is going to be split evenly between Georgia Appleseed and Let's Start Healing. And I encourage you to find your own gifts of spirit that you can contribute and amplify the work of this podcast because it really does mean
Mhm.
something. And I know you all have felt that in a meaningful way. And it's time to show that to Adrienne and let that feeling of abundance come through her podcast as well.
Wow, Stephanie, thank you. I think that if this wasn't our 21 almost, I would feel more self-conscious. Yeah.
Well, good. We broke
I
you down to where you're raw and vulnerable, and now you have to receive.
think 'cause as much as you're talking about money and Sandra, she's really good around money. And as soon as you shifted it to me, I said, when you first started shifting, I was like, oh, no, 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 not money. I
Yeah,
started
yeah,
becoming
yeah,
uncomfortable. I
yeah,
started,
yeah,
but
yeah.
some
But it's time, and we're gonna
right.
break that down because what is the block to receiving? Because you're giving, 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 but abundance has flowing, but going both ways.
Yes, that's
And
true.
it's time. And this
Yeah,
community loves you. They've shown up for you for
yes,
24 hours throughout the night.
yes,
This community
amazing.
loves you
In person, online.
everywhere.
Yeah,
And it's time for
beautiful.
us to not just show
Oh,
you our love through actions, which is one form of showing love, but also through supporting and amplifying the podcast so that we can reach more people
mhm,
and expand the message. And
yeah.
that's what this is all about.
That is what this is about, expanding the message and, yeah,
Yeah.
uh, she says, "Oh, Sandra, time to receive, my friend. I hear you, I
Yes.
hear you, I hear your voice. Time to receive, my friend." And she says, "Awesome truth," as you were talking, Lynetta says, "Agree, Stephanie." Peggy, "Abundance starts with safe people." I love that. And, yeah, and, Sandra was affirming what you were saying
Yeah.
earlier. Yeah.
Thank you, community, for supporting all those comments. That means you're supporting Adrian, and that's what I
Yeah,
really want.
yeah, that's awesome the way you guys have, I know you had to shut your eyes at some point, you guys, but, back here in the morning and just the way everybody was hanging in all day. And I wanna shout out, Cynthia Young too, who stopped over, last night on her way home from work, and Shanta and Cheryl and Rhoda and Anastasia and, Michelle Morancy, Teresa. I mean, I don't have the words to say, her willingness to stay here with me, and she's still here. I mean, she's still here. She's probably like, "I'm worn out."
She probably is, and you probably are too. But we're shifting up. We're leveling up. So let's
Yes,
do it.
yes, yes. Um, Something I wanted to say about you, and, because I know, I stepped away, but it is so I did hear she gave you the details about how she was over here, but it's just incredible how she was over here, in August, and, you know, and she was focused on me, but, I was also aware that you weren't happy in your job,
Mhm,
either, and I mean, you said November. Yeah, it had
mhm,
to be November. So
mhm,
August, November, she's leaving.
mhm,
I'm telling you, this is a woman that was great in her job. And I don't know all that you did, but I know one of the
mhm,
things you did, and you'll
mhm,
appreciate this, Sandra, is she would use data. She would tell stories around data. So she would make data
mhm,
understandable.
mhm.
Okay. And she decided, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm retiring in March, and that was 2 years ago.
Mhm,
And then next thing I know, she's found this business that is not a typical business to find, and
mhm.
has turned it into a something
Comfortable
that,
living.
would you say?
A comfortable living
Comfortable living.
that
Thank you,
will
because I didn't
sustain us
wanna
for a
say the
long
wrong
time.
word.
Yeah,
I didn't wanna
yeah,
so
yeah,
it's amazing. It's
yeah.
amazing. So, there's some comments, and Shiloh Teresa must have come downstairs, so that's why Shiloh is barking. Uh, we are supporting our beautiful friend Adrian. Thank
Mhm.
you, Sandra.
Awesome.
Elisa, "Filled up, girl. Needed this like-minded space." Elisa, very cool work, Stephanie.
Well, let's keep going. Let's keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah.
So let's talk about what abundance is in terms of a definition, because I know a lot of times people will mistake abundance for wealth or money or materialism, and that's not the right mindset necessarily. So I want to talk about it from a spiritual perspective. Abundance, and I'm reading off of this some notes that I prepared, is the awareness and experience that life is already whole, generous, and overflowing. It is a state of consciousness rather than a measurement of possessions.
Mhm,
Spiritually, it flows from connection with self, with others, and with source. That means God or the universe or spirit, whatever you call it. It's the sense of being supported, guided, and provided for in every moment. And in this sense, abundance looks like gratitude that multiplies what we perceive as blessings. When we are grateful, those things that we're grateful for multiply. Trust that there is always enough, even when circumstances shift. A deep sense of peace, joy, and possibility that is not dependent on material wealth. So that's a spiritual aspect of abundance. From a practical perspective, abundance shows up in tangible, everyday ways. Practically, it is having the resources, opportunities, and freedom to live well and move towards your goals. It's not only about money, but also about time, health, relationships, and creativity. It means that financial security that covers needs and supports future growth is available. The ability to share generously without fear or loss. Having options, whether for work, living, or lifestyle, that align with your values. And a sense of overflow where you are resourced enough to dream bigger. I want to talk about some of the things that my husband and I have been focused on the last 2 years related to abundance. And that abundance is not just about money. It started with, we were paying into our business. We did not make any money in our business as we first started. And even by the time that we both had left our corporate jobs 4 months after we declared that we were, so we gave a 4-month notice, we did not have income coming into the business that we could pay ourselves with. So it took us a full year to pay ourselves. But the abundance was there because the money was always available for whatever we needed to buy properties, to pay our bills. We had children in college. And even though we weren't earning it from our business, the money was still available and in flow. And I want to talk about some of those resources in a few minutes about how that money starts to create energy. Yes, Adrian.
Oh, no, I was waving to Fran.
Oh,
Fran said,
okay.
good morning, Let's Start Healing.
Stop talking.
I know, no. And so that was Fran. And I got to put my glasses back on. There is always enough, Sandra says. Elisa said yes to what you were sharing. And Lynetta says resourced enough
to dream bigger. Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah. And that's the deal. Like, we don't realize that we have money floating all around us. And I didn't realize until 2 years ago. And I've been in this training program that we paid for, and it was not a cheap one, but it was a very high quality one that has taught us how to access and tap into money in flow, and to be able to give money in flow that we didn't think we had access to, which is frankly our 401k. And so now we have money flowing. Like, that 401k was stuck. It was stuck in a stock market that I didn't have trust in. It was stuck in a society that I didn't have trust in the management of. Mm-hmm. And that stuckness of that money was keeping us held back from the largest, growth that we could have. So we learned how to unstick it. And if you have a desire to learn more about that, feel free to call. I'll be happy to talk with you for free about that, because I just have a passion for helping people do this. Yeah. But what I have come to understand is that the veil starts to rise on us. And so as we are, we're here and we can see just a little bit out from under our veil. And as we start to get really focused on how abundance works, we start to see more and more and more. And then suddenly we're leveling up. And that's the focus for abundance, is to allow yourself to surround people around you who can help you to level up and to see and to lift that veil. And when you do that, you see that it's all around you. Mm-hmm. Super powerful.
Lynetta says, sign me up for an appointment, Stephanie.
You got it.
Fran says, this resonates and I'm so glad I hopped on. Yes. And, I have shared before that it was Elisa looking for your digits, LOL. and eyes. I was sharing that just I would say 2022. Definitely, I
Mhm,
can remember the summer of 2022 when Parrish, um, a friend would have this women's circle, meditation
mhm,
circle,
mhm,
and it was on. I was in the meditation trying to meditate on abundance, and I was crying within myself, like tears were coming down because I could not say I was worthy of abundance.
mm.
I mean, I can now, and I could last year. I
Yeah.
was last year I could, but it was,
Mhm.
I had to work up to saying, "I am worthy," saying and
Mhm.
accepting, "I am worthy of
Mhm.
abundance."
Yeah,
And that's really something, you
it is
know?
really something, and
Um,
it's a super segue into my next conversation, so I wanna talk about some of those barriers to deservingness.
and Fran says she would love a link to set up an appointment.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you an email. I don't necessarily have a link. Well, I can give a link, but um, the email is just one that I created just for this, and it's called "In Words I Can Understand" at gmail.com.
Mm.
And so there's two layers of that. One is that when I talk to the angels, the reason why I like to use cards is because I struggled with um, skepticism when I first started to meditate and try to communicate with the angels. And the cards give me actual words to read. And it just felt so comforting to me because I'm a left brain person who loves analytics. And they would speak to me. And I will often say when I'm in a reading, speak to us in words we can understand so that the message is really clear and absolutely meant for us at this moment. And so that I ask them not to give me vague messages that I have to try to put my own interpretation into when I'm doing a reading, but to say, really give me the most clear message that you can. So the email is in words I can understand at gmail.com.
Awesome. Fran put a link in there too.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah. Yep.
Fran. Wow.
And so feel free to reach out. And that email is dedicated just to this group and this audience for this time.
Mhm.
We'll see
Well,
in
girl,
the
you
future.
have been on it, man. You have been on it.
Okay, so now let's talk about some deservingness because that was a really great point, and that's what keeps a lot of people out of abundance. So there's some deep core beliefs which we may hold, which may contradict our ability to tap into abundance. And
Mhm.
as I was telling my story, what I came to realize over the ups and downs of our lives is that every time we dropped out of abundance, it was me. It was
Mhm.
me being in fear, me being afraid, me feeling like we didn't have enough. And as soon as we start to shift out of that, the trajectory changes. But
Mhm.
we often can't see because that veil is over our eyes. And so we can't see that we're the ones being the blockers. And we can't see that we have to shift to create the miracle. It's our responsibility and our ability to into abundance.
To shift into
And
you
so,
went out for a quick second to shift
uh-huh.
into abundance. Okay.
Yeah, shift into abundance. And so when we recognize that the whole opportunity for us to get through that door is for us just to open it, then it's easy. But we have to see where those weeds are that we have to pluck out so that we can see things more clearly and allow that abundance to grow. I think I've really mixed up some metaphors there. I'm sorry about that. So I'm going to just lay some on you and see how this fits with you. Um, I have had to work hard to earn what I have. There is not enough time in the day or in my life to make enough to ever dig me out and build up to where I want to be. I am on the work till I die retirement plan.
Say that last one.
I am on the work till I die retirement
Oh,
plan.
oh. Mm.
I can't afford to quit my job even though it is killing my soul.
Mhm. Mhm.
I just wish I had a man to take care of me.
I didn't say that. She's laughing. I said I said a partner.
Okay.
Oh,
So
these
a
are
piano
hitting for
partner?
me. I said a partner. Oh,
Okay.
these are hitting for me, and, I've had
Um,
these thoughts often now, and then Lenada says, "That sounds like Adrian." You know what? I can't with y'all. I can't with you, Lenada.
okay, my parents didn't have much to give me. I didn't have all the opportunities that others had.
Mm,
Now, I put an asterisk by this when I wrote this for myself. While I do believe generational debt and generational wealth and entitlement is real, I also believe, pay attention, that we can energetically transcend this barrier.
and
So don't let that be your excuse.
the very beginning of what you said got cut off, the like, a
Okay.
word, one word, like the
Yes.
second word or something like that, second or third word.
So I believe that generational debt
Mhm,
and generational wealth and entitlement are all real. I do not diminish that.
mhm,
But I also believe that we can energetically transcend this barrier.
mhm.
And if you want to hear more from somebody that you'll really connect with, listen to Erin Lyons talk about this.
Oh gosh.
She is a Black woman who's worked on Wall Street. She is all about abundance. She channels and she just lays it out that this is not an excuse. Generational debt is not something you can fall back on as an excuse for why you can't have abundance in your life. You can
And
have abundance.
yes, the one in particular, I mean, all of her is Elisa saying she's good.
Mhm,
The one in particular where both of us were like, "Oh my gosh, she is getting off right now. She is
mhm.
going
It's
off."
her August one, her August
August.
one.
The
Yeah.
August one,
Mhm.
oh man, Fran
Yeah.
says, wait, just glasses. I never thought about generational debt. I haven't either, and my mind is blown. I think this has been my experience. My relationship with money has always been, "You owe me."
Mhm.
And she says,
That's a block. You're gonna block yourself from abundance with that mindset. Break that
yes,
down. Break
yes.
that down.
Pardon me? What'd you say?
I said, "Break that down."
You're asking Fran to break it down?
Yeah, yeah. Just say just shed that one. Pull that weed out. That's a false belief.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, Fran, Erin Lyons, Lyon.
With a Y, Lyons.
Yeah, she put it in there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I when I first started listening to her, a friend, actually Adrian and another friend told me about her in the same day. I was like, "Well, that's a message, gotta listen." And I started binging, and we both have listened to a lot of her podcasts. She's
Yeah.
amazing.
Uh,
Okay,
Fran
so
said,
generational wealth.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to share, she said my mother used to say this to me, that I owed her
Mhm.
for being born.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, I know in the Black community, we talk about the Black debt. I heard this a lot when we were having really candid conversations in 2020, and the Black debt is that your family works together to get you to go to college and get a good job, and then you have to pay it backwards to help them because they didn't have enough, and that's
Mhm,
that generational debt that we're
mhm,
carrying, is that we
mhm,
have to care for our elders because they cared for us as far as they could take us, and now when we're successful, we have to pay it backwards and carry lift
mhm,
them up, and that's
mhm,
I get it. We had to do the same thing with my mother-in-law, and that was okay. We wanted to do it,
mhm,
but that doesn't block you from abundance, and that's
mhm.
that's the key difference.
Yeah.
It doesn't shake the facts. The facts are that's the reality of how the society is at this moment, but
Mhm.
that doesn't block you from abundance, and don't let that be your excuse.
Yeah, Fran says, "I will be listening and reaching out to you!" Exclamation point. "This is amazing!" Exclamation point. I'm so glad that you came on this morning. Every
Yeah, and maybe we'll do a live again on abundance but,
Yeah.
on Patreon or something. That
Mhm.
might be something to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's do some more. It's easier for you to make money. You're white.
Mm.
And I will say two things. I was listening to the podcast before I came on, and I heard the conversations about entitlement. Entitled people never give up their entitlements. I don't disagree. I will say that I have white guilt, and Adrian has challenged me on that quite a lot. I know that white privilege is real, and I have been a person who has benefited from white privilege, but I've also had a lot of white guilt, and I also try to make sure that everybody around me has been able to lift up as I lift up, and it held me back for a lot of years when people around me couldn't lift up, because then I wanted to push myself down to
Mhm.
not have more entitlement than the people around me that I cared about.
Mhm.
And so, excuse me, there's a lot of layers around this topic. And we really have to continue to pull the weeds around this, because for you to say that entitled people don't give up entitlements says in your mind, the alternate side of that says, I can never have it because they have it.
Yeah,
That's
and
not
the point
true.
that the
Not
point
true.
that they were making, and well, Cheryl was saying that her mom
Mhm,
told her that, but uh,
mhm,
uh, I saw men say that
mhm,
after the election.
mhm.
I've seen white men say that. So, but
So
yeah, it mm,
just like we were talking about earlier, the boom was, I can have everything I want, I just can't have everything everybody else wants.
yeah.
We've got to shift these paradigms. And
Mhm.
while they may be true, they can also be not true for us as individuals.
Like it
And we
doesn't
have
have
to
to affect
allow that.
mm,
Yes, we have to allow that to not be true for us as individuals. And
mhm.
then we start to create a collective of people who are abundant, and that shifts the dynamic. And now we've turned the tables. So we gotta not let that be the reason not to succeed.
Right. Elisa says, I come from a mixed family. Colorism was prevalent in our family's experience. And Lynetta says, facts, Stephanie, the I can never have it because they have it comment. She says, I try to shift it to the reality that I can have it, even if I have to work harder for it.
That's right. That's right. And you don't have to work harder for it, Lenita.
Mhm.
I'm going to challenge that belief too. You don't have to work harder for it.
Oh,
Um, so let's just go to the next one if we can. People just don't value what I'm offering. Everybody wants my service for free. I bet those of you who are entrepreneurs can really connect with this. But I will say, are you valuing what you're offering? And alternatively, you can be generous and have the reciprocity come back from other directions. So I'm going to give an example about this in my land business in a second, but let me just say the final words. Let God take care of the compensation for services rendered. So
mhm.
that means you got somebody who wants to nickel and dime you about what you're offering. I have people all the time. We sell land, we offer owner financing for land. We charge $349 to get started, and then $100 a month to continue to buy land. And people really want to buy land. They want to own something. They want to feel like they're going to have a path out of this apartment crisis that's in the country at some point in their life before they die. They're going to just have some little piece of something that they own. And they're like, you going to have any $50 sales anytime soon where all I have to pay is $50, not $349? Or could I trade services for you and just get the land for free? And here's what I'll do. And I say, yeah, we are. Because I'm not trying to make sure that they pay me their $349. If
Mhm.
they feel like all they have to offer is $50, I'm going to say yes, because abundance is available for you too. And it will not block my flow. I'm still going to be abundant because there are lots of people who will just not even question. They'll say 349. Okay, great. I got it. Here you go. And so the balance of those people coming in and paying and the others who can't, I'm going
Mhm.
to still give freely and help everybody be part on this journey if I can. Now, sometimes I can't. Sometimes I don't give away for free, but when I
Mhm.
can, I do, because then I can say, God, you take care of it. You
Yeah.
take care of my bills. You show me how this abundance is going to flow. I want everybody to feel like abundance is available for them, and that's really important to me.
Mhm. Sandy Sandra says, "Ooh, yes, I can relate to this one. Let God take care of compensation for services rendered." Elise, "Ha ha, when things come to me easily, people get mad because they think I haven't worked, quote unquote, worked hard for it or earn it." And
And so
Lene
there you got some guilt about your abundance. Yeah.
Mhm. Leneda says, "Let God take care of the compensation for services rendered." Yes. Sandy, "Oh, yes, I can relate to this." Oh, let God take care of services. Yes. And Elisa, LOL, "I'm going to enjoy the new purse I get with gratitude."
Great. You really
We
love that purse? Then love that purse. Go for
Yes,
it.
yes, yes.
And that's the piece that I think is important. I heard one person comment on guilt saying other people get it or other people see me getting it and they're jealous. I deal with this a lot right now in my business because we started out super successful and we jumped off. I was in spirit, and I've got a whole podcast that I've done on this with the land business people that I could, possibly share the recording. But when we jumped off, we didn't have the money. We just jumped. And so many people take 2 to 5 years to jump off before they have their land business paying themselves so that they can get out of their corporate jobs or their other jobs, their day jobs.
Mhm.
And they're jealous of me. They really want to do it as fast as we did it because we did it in 4 months. And, I started to back away from commenting in our community because I could feel that jealousy. And the entrepreneur who started this whole enterprise, his name is Mark Podolsky, said to me, "Why did you stop commenting?" I said, "Because I feel like if people were getting jealous, it just wasn't a good energy. I didn't want to have that."
Mhm.
He said, "But you don't have to worry about that because there's enough for everybody. They can all have it."
Mhm.
And so what I have had to come to terms with this year is jealousy is their problem. My knowledge is that it's available for all of us. And so I'm not in competition with anybody else for abundance because the universe has the ability to provide abundance for everybody who rises to that vibration.
Yeah.
So their challenge is not to be jealous of me. Their challenge is to rise up to me because
Mhm.
my flaw of what I was doing before is I was pushing myself down and I
Mhm.
was never going to be abundant because the whole world was never going to be abundant. But if I start to rise up, then that's one light that shines. And then we have another light that says, I can do it. And another light says, I can do it. And suddenly all the lights are popping up and we've shifted.
Yeah. Lisa says, "I celebrate your speed."
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love that. Adrienne has always celebrated my speed. And I love that because I know she wants to be monetizing this podcast and doing her spirit work as fast as she
Mhm.
can too. And I know she's on the path. I know you are. And I'm
Yeah.
celebrating that too. And what I love about our friendship is that you don't act jealous of our success. And I know that your success is coming too. And I just want to help
Mhm.
you get there faster.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I have another friend, Regina, I was mentioning yesterday, similar story. Just very just started her own business, just and
Mhm,
I'm just like, wow. Like to see, 2 close friends,
mhm,
example, of
mhm.
what can be done with it, and it really was about mindset, like you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. It's totally mindset. It's not anything else. It's just mindset.
Mhm. Yeah.
So what I would challenge this group to do, and everybody who listens to this podcast in the future, and we talk about this on Shifting into Peace. We did an abundance conversation, is to pick which false belief is yours and choose to pluck it out. It's a weed because these are false beliefs and these are places where you need a paradigm shift to
Yeah.
be able to find abundance.
Mhm.
So if you're holding on to jealousy, if you're holding on to that's not for me, it's never been for me, I'm not living that life, the retire till I die, the I need a man, the I have to hustle for my worthiness, any
Mhm.
of those that speak to you, pay attention
Yeah.
and say, I don't accept that truth anymore because that's not how we get to abundance.
Mhm. Mhm. Powerful.
Okay, So we finished this topic on deserving abundance, and I want to tie this one more time to Georgia Appleseed. Every child deserves stability, protection, and love,
Mhm.
not because of what they've earned, but because worthiness is a spiritual truth. And Georgia Appleseed advocates so that these children are not forgotten, but can be reminded of their worth.
Mhm.
Um, I'm, I get so passionate about these topics. I'm really thankful that people are chatting because it's something that sits on my heart so much. I really want everybody to feel abundance. And
Mhm.
I have not always felt it. I shared a long part of my story where we didn't feel like I felt like it was all up to me to figure this out. And that
Mhm.
wasn't true. It was all up to me to connect with spirit and let spirit guide me to figure it
Right.
out.
Right.
And
Right.
that's the real point here is that we all are spiritual people. Everybody on this call is joining because they're connected with spirit in some way and they're connected with this desire to heal. And this is the path for abundance.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, I can say also just um you seeing me differently has helped to shift my mindset, and I've shared
Mhm,
that with you.
mhm,
You
mhm.
know, just like I said, I didn't say I need a man to take care of me. I said I
No, no,
need
no, 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 but I've heard that before, not from you. I've
playing.
heard that
I'm
for a
play
lot of people.
I'm
Yeah.
playing with you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But, I'm playing with you, but I did say, if I just had a partner, you
Uh-huh.
just a little help.
Yeah,
And you said, um, "No, you don't need that.
yeah.
You don't need that." And then, she said more, and it was just that shifted me.
Mhm,
That was one of the conversations that really shifted me.
mhm,
Fran says, "Children should be shown they are worthy because they exist. They don't need to earn their
mhm.
worth. They have."
Yeah,
That's been a limiting belief of mine, she says.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where, we all have our own childhood traumas. So we're not just talking about Georgia Appleseed kids. I mean, they're victims of
Mhm.
a system that's broken.
Yeah.
But we have our own experiences and our traumas in our childhood that start to create our false beliefs.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest false beliefs that everybody on the planet has is worthiness, is that I'm not enough
Yes.
and I'm
Mhm.
not worthy of all the good things that I want in my life.
Yeah.
And that's just the biggest core false belief. And, our parents, so I've listened to Abraham a lot this year,
Abraham
Esther
Hicks.
Hicks. Yeah.
Mm, mhm.
And Abraham is channeled through Esther Hicks. And they talk about the flaws that we are creating in our children is to take our adult fears and say, don't do this because you are not safe when you do this. And children need to find their way. And I'm not going to do it justice, so I'm not going to go too much more into that. Go listen to Abraham Hicks. And The Vortex is a great book to listen to. I love The Vortex, and I really connected with every chapter of it. But the
Mhm.
chapter on children in The Vortex was really poignant to me because it said, just take your hands off the wheel, as much as you can. Now, when they're young and you have to focus on physical safety, that's one thing. But as they grow and they start to explore and decide, and learn and fail, they
Mhm.
have to fail to learn. And
Yeah.
so being able to fail teaches them that they're safe to fail so that they can learn how to succeed.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
All right, so let's talk about willingness to receive. We got 18 minutes left. I want to make
Yeah,
sure
and
that we cover some
we
good
have to
topics.
I have to go open a door, turn on
Yeah,
the
take
air
your
or
time.
something, just
Mhm.
for a quick second.
Yeah.
But I have, another guest at 10, so we would need to
Mhm.
get off at, like,
Yeah.
10:50,
Okay.
9:58 or
Sure. Yeah, just a
9:59.
few more minutes. That's great.
Uh-huh.
So, willingness to receive. Are you really open for abundance? So, what control mechanisms do you have in place in case it fails? Such as, I can't quit my job because if I take the leap and I fail, I need to have that income still. Do you assume that you're going to fail? What about a false belief of how can I be in a state of abundance when others around me may not be? I don't feel comfortable being wealthy or decadent when others are still struggling. are you really open to receive yet? And examine your own heart to say, am I ready? If I were in abundance and nobody around me was, would I be okay with that? And the reframing of that is not to be selfish and to go, yep, I'm going forward, forget you guys. Is to say, I can reframe this to say, I can be abundance and I can show others how to be in abundance, because then we all succeed. But if you sit and stay in this state of when others around me are not, so I'm not going to even try because this is our place in life, this is our station, no bueno. We are not winning as a society and as a human race.
Sandra says that is powerful. That is powerful.
So giving yourself permission to be abundant is not an act of selfishness. It's an act of love for yourself and everybody around you. Then we can show them how. So we want to shift that. That's a really important shift to make, because I think that's what a lot of people get held back by. The fundamental truth is that abundance is not a competition. And the universe is big enough to fill everybody's desires if they bring their vibrational match to what they're giving their attention to. And they are not going to deprive anybody else of what those other people are wanting. So we really have to take that to heart, because I think that's a huge flaw that we don't see. And this is lifting the veil for us.
I'm
talking about the willingness to go first.
I want to make sure I received what you just said. Something that we don't see. Say that. Would you say that again? Something we tend to not see.
The veil that we don't see is that we really are afraid of being abundant, because we don't want our friends to be jealous of us, or we don't want to just leave them behind. And now we've left people behind. It feels selfish. Those are Sunday school traits that are flawed. And I'm saying that boldly. I think we have to look at some of our Sunday school and break it down and say, is that really what Jesus meant? Because I don't think Jesus meant for all of us to be poor.
No.
And so that's just something to consider. So what if we are the ones who must lead the way? We have to give ourselves permission to be in abundance, even if others don't think it's possible. And literally the biggest part of the leap is giving yourself permission to follow your call of spirit when all convention and habit points to a different path. And I put a little star by time abundance, because the willingness to rest and know that this is also part of the path to abundance is important. So often we hustle for worthiness. I'm super guilty of this. I'm super guilty of hustling for worthiness. And when I realize that I don't have to, then life flows better. There's a great book by Tara called Playing Big.
What'd you say it's called? Playing Big by who?
Tara Mohr, Taramohr.
Jyoti says yes to what you're saying. And Elisa, thoughts of not belonging.
Of not belonging.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hard part, is that sometimes, we shake off people who are not going to vibrate with us in the same way. But you also will be attracting in people who will vibrate with you in the same way.
Yeah.
And that's a really hard thing to do. And I've experienced that. And all I can say is that my desire is that anybody who wasn't vibrating in that same way, if they did shake off, my hope is that they'll come back and vibrate with me at a higher place.
Yeah.
But, sometimes that does happen.
Yeah.
All right, we just a couple minutes left. I want to highlight a couple more things. I feel like this has turned into a lecture, and that was not my intention, but I also wasn't sure how awake Adrienne would be at this point.
No, well, I appreciate you so much. Everyone is sharing how powerful this is. And so just so helpful
cool.
and powerful. So this is resonating.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank
I kinda wanted to be a financial coach in my life, but I never wanted to do it in the way that was traditionally offered,
Mhm.
and, I love talking about this topic. So the last piece that I wanna talk about is co-creation, and it's just how do we look for the click that says, "Yeah, this is the right path?" Because just taking the leap blindly and impetuously is not necessarily the right path. And so we want to say, okay, how does spirit feed this information to me so that I do know that this is the right path to go leave my job and not have a salary, to do this path that feels like it's against everybody else's grain. And so we really want to be intentional about connecting with spirit for that and trust that the right solution is already here. So if you
Mhm.
feel like you're closed off and you can't see the way out, just know that you have to lift the veil and there is a solution available. And
Yeah.
ask your spirit, ask God to give you those answers, collaborate with other people. And what that means is we create a network of advisors and investors and fellow collaborators who are going to co create these solutions together. And that's what Adrian and I are doing this year. And
Yeah.
then pray and meditate and open yourself to a shift of perspective. So
Fran
it's
Fran
easier
says
than you think.
it's easier than you think. Fran says, "This has
Mhm.
been extremely powerful information, and I'm going to take a deeper dive. Love this convo. I'm jumping between Facebook and YouTube."
I was doing that
You
too
go
last night.
off.
Mhm.
You did? Did you?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, last statement is let go and let God. Focus on service, offering the best of yourself. We're not holding on to our money, we're being in the flow, and then allow and notice the blessings and receive because that is how we get abundance. And pick those
Yes.
weeds, pull loose
Yes.
out.
Yes. Did you, mention, um rewinding for a second, were you gonna mention something I know you talked about your land, but I don't know if you were gonna if you talked about a particular situation you said you wanted to talk about, or maybe it's, just
Oh,
my mind.
yeah, I think I kind of did, but I'll mention some other ones. Like I have a person that we make good money in land, but it takes us years to get it back. So because we own our finance, so we'll buy land up front, and then we try to make all of our money for the purchase in the first year, and then we have more money coming in over the next few years. And a lot of times people walk away and we'll resell it and stuff like that. But I had one person who is a homeless person, and he's really shifted his abundance. His podcast is called the Epic EPOCH of Friar Tuck, like in medieval times, Friar Tuck. I think from Robin Hood, is that right? I don't know. Anyway, um, yeah, so he basically was in Florida and hitchhiked across the country to Arizona to buy land from me. He called me up off Craigslist and saw the ad and said, "Okay, I'm going to be hitchhiking. I'll be there in a week." He hitchhiked to Arizona and he went to his land and he was super excited to have it. And he was podcasting about his homeless experience on trail and how he was basically getting by as a resilient person who was homeless for 20 years. And so this is the first time that he's been able to, have a place of his own in his whole adult life. So he has this land. He's paying me $160 a month. He pays for a couple months and he's really proud that he's doing this. And then he makes a proposal to me. He says, "I want to put you on my podcast and I want to talk to you once a quarter. And I'm going to, every time that I speak on my podcast, I'm going to sponsor you and give a shout out." I was like, "Great." He said, "So can I put a value on that and can I make that be credited towards my land?" So he's basically paying for his land for free
Mm,
by
mm,
doing these shout outs.
mhm,
But he's been the biggest advocate and he's so, so happy. And like, I can see abundance happening in him already. Like he
mhm,
has created this flow for himself that says, "I can have anything I want from any place that I come from."
mhm.
And he came from zero,
Yeah.
zero. He was sick. So it's available for everybody.
Wow. Stephanie, this and, we still have, like, 5 minutes. I'm not trying to say,
Oh, you
um,
said you want to stop at 10 you to have a break.
at 10 no, I had a break.
Oh, okay. Well,
No,
then
well, I'm
yeah.
saying that I have someone coming on at 10.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I, this has just been powerful, obviously, and, I thought we were gonna talk about angel cards and and, this whole a class really,
Oh,
and
yeah,
it was,
yeah,
welcome and received, you know, abundant,
yeah,
abundant.
yeah. Yeah, there was one thing I did say I was gonna talk about later, which is, the time management. When we talk about getting into our zone of genius, there's some stuff that we have to let go of. And Adrian and I were talking about this a couple weeks ago about you're gonna need some help. You're gonna need some help to get stuff up on Patreon, to get all these clips edited and put out on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. And for her to be in her zone of genius, she's gonna have to have some help. And that's something that I've struggled with starting this new business is that my coaches told me a lot. You're going to have some help. So we've hired and hired and hired to do those things that really aren't in my zone of genius, like posting ads or even writing ads or editing pictures or things that we do for our marketing business. And so, as you start to level up and move into your own zone of genius, one of the things you want to think about is what is the cost of your time and what is the cost of the time that you want to have when you're making the money that you want to make, and start to edge your way towards offsourcing some of that labor so that
Mhm,
you have abundance of time as well as abundance of money, because
mhm.
one feeds the other. When you
Yeah,
have more time, you can create more money. You create more time, you create more money, but you have to think like a CEO to be able to do that.
yeah. Um, can you see oh, she got up. My next guest is here, but
Great.
oh, no, no, you can hear me. You can hear me. I just 1 second, we're just winding up. She said, "No problem, all is good."
Yeah. No, I'll jump. It's been a
I
pleasure.
I just I just, and I don't know, you might have talked about this when I had stepped away, but, and I think I probably shared at some point, everything is gelling together, just the meditations. You had stepped away, and I was trying to share,
Mhm, mhm.
meditations
Yeah. I was
are
gonna do a meditation, and we ran out of time, but I'll be happy to
well,
do it another time.
yeah, or just
Are you
well,
gonna
when
do
I
it?
mentioned them no, I don't wanna do it because,
Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
uh, but
yeah.
I but I was sharing meditation recordings that
Mhm,
I personally think you should
mhm.
offer to the public because
Oh,
they're
yeah,
really good,
I could do that.
or
Um,
sessions, you know.
yeah.
You're
Maybe
like,
I'll do a meditation for abundance, and we'll put it on Patreon.
"Oh, yeah. Yes."
We'll put it out there.
Um, you know how much I love you, Stephanie,
I love you so much
and
too.
I love
I'm so
you,
proud of
and
you. This is
thank
almost at the end, and wow, you just knocked it out of the park.
thank you. I don't know if I knocked it out of the park, 'cau
Yeah, you did.
but
You did.
this has been awesome with, everyone, who has been along, with this 24-hour journey. It's been
Yeah,
my word has been buoyed since early
awesome,
yesterday morning. Yeah. So
awesome.
thank you. Thank you, guys. And Netta Faye is coming up next, and she's right here. And Stephanie, I'll be calling you later if you're going to
Love
be
you.
around. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Alright,
much.
see ya. Bye.
Hi.
Hi, Adrian.
How are
How are
you?
you?
Good. Can you turn your phone horizontally?
I sure can.
Thank you.
Let's see
Thank
how that'll work.
you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Sure, I'm straight or however you need me to be.
Oh, it is wonderful to have you here. And
It's wonderful to be here. You are amazing. Look at you.
oh my God.
22 hours. You're almost at the finish line.
Almost, almost. This is
Loving that.
yes,
Yeah.
more than just an idea, you know?
Oh,
It
no doubt. No
yeah.
doubt.
And I'm saying that 'cause of the trek. At one point, I was like, "Oh my god, am I gonna be able to make it?" A few hours ago because I was feeling this film coming over my eyes,
Yeah.
and so that's
Yeah.
do that, like, I feel it's something, and my body
Yeah.
feels like, "Oh goodness, I've been sitting in
It
this chair."
yeah.
Yeah.
It's more than a notion, no doubt. We bow down, we respect that. You're
Yeah.
like the Peachtree Road Race runners,
What it
we're
is,
watching
yeah.
from the sidelines
Oh,
as you go up Peachtree
yes.
Road.
You are funny.
You're doing it. You're doing it. You're honoring your mother. You're
Yeah.
fundraising, offering great conversations. So
You
I applaud you.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much, and with all of that, and then having the friends who have been online, and
Hmm.
here at my place, last night, and then uh, all of you guests coming on. Joji
Yeah.
says, "You sure did, Adrian. You knocked it out of the park. Thank you, thank you." And so,
Yeah.
um,
You can write about this in your book.
girl, yes, exactly. And well, I want to start out with, how are you vibing with uh, God, spirit, your higher power today, this morning?
Oh, Adrian, today, yesterday, for a long time now, I've been vibing really high,
Mhm.
really high. And I think it's
Awesome.
just being in the place where I found me. I think is living and walking in my truth,
Yes.
whatever that might look like for me. And
Mhm.
sometimes it's not that pretty, but
Mhm.
the thing about truth, that it is freeing regardless of what it is. The
Yeah.
good, the bad, the ugly, you get freedom from it. And for me, in that truth, you can rise up to our true self divinity. And that's kind of where I've been vibing. And it doesn't mean, like I said, everything is going to be roses every day. But
Mhm.
whatever comes, I look at it as if, you're going to have to come up to me, and
Yeah.
then we'll work it out. Whatever this is, come up to where I am. I might could come down a little bit to you, but no, I'm going to stay up here, and up here is where we're going to work this out.
Mhm.
And from that, I can vibe pretty high. Yeah.
I love it. And, I know you've been on the podcast before and you shared your story, but,
Yes.
for, some people here right now who may not know, I want to start with your book, A Most Useful Betrothal, and
Mm-hmm.
how that came to be. And if you could
Sure.
share how that came to be, and what the book is about. And you won a book award before it was even published.
I did. I
I don't
did.
have the complete name, but so please give the complete name, but it was John Lewis, uh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
within
yeah.
the name of the award.
Sure, sure. Thank you for bringing that up. And thank you for having me on your 24-hour. I'm really honored to be with you and your guests in this circle. I count it a blessing and a joy to be with you. And thank you for bringing up, yes, my book, baby, A Most Useful Betrothal. And the book anniversary will be coming up next month. And I'm really excited about that. The baby's been out there in the market, and she's okay. And I'm just believing all the tribes that should run around her or
Mhm.
making their way to her. But I'm still thankful that I was able to get the book out. And it is an offshoot of my personal story of where I had said yes some 20 something years ago earlier to a incompatible relationship. So it wasn't a situation of physical abuse or anything. It was just a really a mismatch. And the person, my ex, nice guy and everything, we just were Mars and Venus to the 10th degree. And we did recognize that early on after we got legally married. But for reasons that both of us had, we believed divorce was not an option for us. So we muddled through and ups and down and good. again, it wasn't so much a horrible situation. It was just two people in moving in different directions, thinking different things, expecting different things, understanding different things in critical areas. And that's from communications to finance to integrity.
Mhm.
And, we're all driven by different situations in our lives to do certain things. And sometimes when we have gotten in a gear that's all we see, that's all we know,
Yeah.
it's difficult to get out of it.
Right.
And so we muddled through, and we did have a what I call a D-Day in our relationships, where some things I found out just kind of just blew away any shred of trust or anything that was left for me in
Mhm.
it. But yet still, because of my beliefs and upbringing from my family and everything, divorce was not an option. That meant, from where I came from, you no longer had a relationship with God. You were no longer going to heaven. Just black sheep, bad, horrible things. Even though this at this the time that we were in, I wouldn't have been the first nor the last
Mhm.
person to be divorced. It was just the thinking that I had
Yeah.
until, again, years, some children's later, I had a conversation with my son, and he was asking, why wasn't I getting divorced? You guys are too different. I don't even see how you got together. All of those things. And I was explaining to him why I couldn't do it. And, he and his sister, and just divorce was not in my DNA. And he said, isn't happiness in your DNA? And I thought, oh my goodness,
Mhm.
that shook me. That shook me. So I finally went ahead and got legally divorced. But in those last several years, kind of like the years of my inner wilderness experience, I came to realize that I wasn't living my true self. I was even the thought of, oh, you can't get divorced, you can't get out of this relationship, you can't change this thing, or it'll be the most horrible, undoable thing you could do, was something that was not true for me. It was
Mhm.
something I was taking on from other people, from other places. And so much of what I was doing was following the yellow brick road that had been laid down for me, from earth to heaven, or to please, my wonderful parents that I had. But a lot of it was just agreements that I had made with myself that were not true. So
Mhm.
I found out who I was, decided that I wanted to live that person, and that kind of sparked a journey. And I remember this scripture in the Bible, because when we grew up, my two older brothers and I, we were fed a rich diet of Bible. It was wonderful. My dad was the minister, my mother, the exquisite first lady, all of that thinking, and that's what was going on with us. I would we had a lot of Bible, would bump up against scripture that startled me, that made me question, what's that? Why is that? What's that in there? And one was about 1 Samuel 25:3, that introduces this woman, Abigail, and it describes her as being most intelligent and most beautiful. And I found out later that she is the only female described in the Bible that way. It
Mhm.
also said that one, I think it was a two-sentence scripture that said her husband was a fool. So I thought, okay, so, well, how did she get in that situation?
Mhm.
And how did some of my friends get in that situation? Smart, intelligent, beautiful women with plans and
Mhm.
visions,
Mhm.
marrying someone that doesn't seem to fit that. That's incompatible with that. How did we all get to this place? So I began writing my imagination of what led Abigail to Nabal, whose name in Hebrew means fool. And interestingly enough, as biblical scripture will do, it'll give you a snippet of something and nothing more. You don't know how she got there, how it ends up there, how the person over here got there. It
Yes.
just gives you this much, and then on to the next thing. And from what Scripture tells us, she was critical in getting David not to kill Nabal later and jeopardize his potential to be king of Israel.
Mhm.
So I go back and I create a story in my imagination of how she got to be married to Nabal, how that all played out. And it turned out to be a most useful betrothal. In it are some of my experience. It's kind of telling my story through her in some
Mhm.
ways, and not just the relationship, but also what's happening on the inside. Growing on the inside, understanding life, um, a little bit beyond the black and white,
Mhm.
about beyond written law, but
Mhm.
spiritual implications of kind of who we are, why we're here, and what we're doing while we're here. So yeah, so that's how I got to a most useful betrothal. Uh,
Novel.
yeah, that novel is
Uh-huh.
fiction. Is classified as biblical fiction,
Mhm.
and that's how the book was born last October in
Yes.
2024.
And then the award that you got, what's the name of
Yes, yes, yes. It's the Georgia Writers Association. Every year they offer, it's a wonderful writing association locally. Every year they have different types of awards, different category. And a most useful betrothal won the John Lewis Fiction Award for 2023.
Mhm.
So we submitted it before the book was published, and it won. So that was announced in early 24. The book was released for sale in the fall of
That's
24.
something.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I really I was floored. Yeah, and it's another testimony
Mhm.
of go for whatever. There are a lot of things out there, a lot of things you can do, and we'll talk ourselves out of it.
Yeah.
But if it's in alignment with what you're wanting to do, go for it. The worst that can happen is no.
Right, right. And so, through this journey up to now, and I want to get to your Substack, but I first want to ask you, what have you learned about yourself, now that you're here at this point?
Um, I've learned that I am good enough as I am, and that is a foundational level for us to go higher, for
Mhm.
me to go higher. I
Mhm.
learned that when I decided, through my wilderness experience, to find the true me and live the true me and love the true me,
Mhm.
it started to blossom. I started to see a lot of things about myself differently. Any things that we um, would judge negatively, it could be anything: physical features, our speech, what we didn't accomplish 20 years ago,
Mhm.
whatever it is. It starts to fade away in the face of truth, and learning and loving and living who
Yeah.
you truly are. But also, the wonderful thing about it, the more you do it for yourself, the more you do it for other people.
Mhm.
They walk into your space, to your world, you can accept them as they are.
Yeah.
No need to change anyone. No need to critique unless they ask you for anything. You can accept them and love them for who you are.
Mhm.
Even the worst quote of people. We
Yes.
might have our list right now in these
Mhm.
times we living in of who we might classify as the worst kind of
Mhm.
person. I'm not going to say who's on my list. Don't you say who's on your list. But when you learn to love yourself,
Mhm.
you can love that person too. You
Mm.
can you can make understand that person a little bit more.
Well,
And I said this on a chat last week. Loving them doesn't mean relating to or with them. Right.
you know what I can do? 'Cause I can't say I'm there yet, but what I
Mm-hmm.
can do is I can know that God loves everybody, including, you know,
People on that list.
on that list, as much as God loves me.
Yes.
Like, God doesn't love me more than God loves that person.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And, a scripture that a lot of us know, whether you're, biblical students or not, is that um, the mandate to love God with all your heart and all your might, and to love your neighbor as yourself.
Mhm.
So a lot of times we mull over the as yourself, and we treat ourselves horribly,
Mhm.
and we beat ourselves up. We negatively and critically judge ourselves, and all of those things that we spend time doing.
Mhm.
But there's no way for us to love our neighbor if we don't love ourselves.
Right.
Right? We cannot be kind to our neighbor if we're not kind to ourselves, if
Mhm.
we're not freeing ourselves, if all of those things. And a lot of the horrors that we see showing up in the world today is because those particular people feel a certain way about themselves, and they're reflecting that on their neighbor.
Mhm. Yeah.
Right? So I hate myself, I'm going to hate you more. I'm
Yeah.
fearful of this, I'm a reflect it on you. I'm going to reflect my fear on you and beat you up.
Mhm.
Bullies and all of those people, even narcissists, it's something on the inside of them that's true, that they have to then reflect on everybody else. We
Yeah.
cannot deal with other people
Mhm.
differently or more than we deal with ourselves.
Yeah. Elisa says, "So true about loving one another." So sad.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. If we could find ourselves back to knowing who we are,
Mhm.
accepting who we are, loving who we are, it doesn't mean you don't improve yourself. You don't have goals, you don't get better. It means I'm accepting and loving and doing good and right by me. Then you really have no choice but to do the same for other people.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's how these things that are given to us in biblical scripture, and there are other ancient writings that support the same thing, is how those things can happen. Pray for your enemy,
Mm.
right? Because somewhere you should be praying for you. So you can pray for those who misuse you. You can love those who do all these things against you, because you're doing it for yourself. And at some point, you do know, as you said, Adrian, the same entity that's in me, that create me,
Mhm.
is in them and created them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, every day we have a choice of whether we reflect that divinity or whether we reflect that entity,
Yeah.
because we humans have
Mhm.
free will, and we can decide. But it doesn't mean that it's not there. It
That
just
is
means you're not.
absolutely true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It doesn't mean that.
And your column and podcast on Substack, would you share that? True Self Society. And
Sure, sure,
how did
sure.
you get that name?
Sure, sure. So this journey is connected
Mhm.
from the challenges of a misaligned relationship. And I will say this too, if it was misaligned for me, it was misaligned for him. So, we were not
Yeah.
different in that situation. So, it went from there to my decisioning in the wilderness to be true self, telling Abigail's story as I saw it, as I reimagined it, to wanting to share that true self um, imperative with other people. So I started out with creating a space, a publication, a community on Substack called True Self Society, and it kind of implies a group of people who want to learn, love, and live true self, whatever that is.
Mhm.
A lot of times we don't know how to do that. We haven't been taught how to do that. We don't even know who true self is, and a lot of people I talk to are uncomfortable looking within. There
Mhm.
are things there that may have been hidden, stored away, suppressed, um, that they really don't want to see or look at. So of course we create these players, actors on the outside that we can just jump over those things on the inside, and they
Mhm.
just sit there kind of well, proving like bread.
Elise said sometimes we are our own enemy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. And a lot of times we don't want to see what's driving that. I mean,
Yes.
why would we want to be our own enemies? Why
Mhm.
we want to beat ourselves up?
Mhm.
There are things in there driving it that we have made agreements with. I like Don Miguel's Reed's book, The Four Agreements. We
Mhm.
make agreements with ourselves that start to play out in our lives.
Yeah.
So when those things are showing up in our lives that we say we don't want, we gotta in and see what seed is bringing that to me.
Yes.
What have I agreed with? What am I understanding? What do I believe
Mhm.
that's causing these things to come?
Mhm.
And we have to start feeling comfortable doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. The world we live in
Mhm.
encourage us to wear masks,
Yes,
to
it does.
fit in,
Yes, it does.
to conform,
Mhm.
to be like others, to
Mhm.
be liked by others. But in the process, a lot of times we lose who we are.
Mhm.
And that means the gift of me is not being shared with the world.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not even sharing it with myself.
Yeah, yeah,
you know
yeah,
so I True Self Society is to kind of help um be a safe place for
yeah.
people to come, and we start to talk about these things,
Mhm.
encourage one another to, hey, let's be ourselves.
Mhm.
The more I love me, it's automatic.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
more I love you, and it's
mhm.
okay, and the less I'm bothered by other
Mhm.
people,
Mhm.
right? Because I've got me. And another friend of mine say, listen, it's not just you, it's you and the divine. It's you, it's the divine showing up as you showing up as the divine.
Mhm.
Not the ocean, as we kind of heard people quote, you're dropping the ocean. All of the creator God is in you, your one drop.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
the True Self Society asks, what are you doing with that?
I love that name.
And as we go, another truth in the Bible, as we go along what we're doing, the paths gets opened up to
Mhm.
us, right? The
Yeah.
light shines brighter, the steps get clearer. So once I did True Self Society, I started thinking, okay, why are we doing why be true self? I know the benefits, I know what it's done for me, but what's the end game?
Mhm.
And that took me to one of my favorite artists, Kendrick Lamar, Live on 10.
Mhm.
And to me, that is our goal. 10 out of 10. We live
Yeah.
on 10, being as close to our divine self as possible.
Yes.
To be the divine 100% if we can, or 99, whatever as close as we can get to that, we're
Mhm.
doing. So, and that is taking me toward kind of creating a curriculum, a workshop that I call Live High, the Jacob Ladder's Extension. And it is taking that out of the scripture of Jacob's experience with that ladder, the dream he had of the
Mhm.
angels ascending and descending. And I liken that as each of us in this realm, our
Mhm.
spirit selves can ascend and descend that
Yeah.
ladder. At the top is 100% divinity,
Mhm.
and at the bottom should be 100% at least true you, at least
Mm.
100% the truth of who you are.
Yeah.
That starts you on the ladder, and then we grow up to the ladder. Once we get to 100% divinity, that doesn't have to leave us, but we can go up and down, like I said, to meet challenges, to meet people, to meet situations without losing our divinity. So I'm hoping to bring that to fruition. My prayer, my desire, my intention is
Mhm.
to bring that to fruition next year sometime. We'll see. But I like that it's a thread that's
Mm,
going from this decision
yeah.
of an incompatible relationship to being my true self, to
Mhm.
being the truest self. I mean, our true selves, in my opinion, is divine.
Mhm. Elisa commenting, yes, and many people feel it is true and make misaligned moves from there about being our own enemy. And she said, your self-worth. She said, yes, self-worth. I'm keep saying self-worth. Self with a capital S. And
Mm,
yes.
okay. Okay. Thank you for
Love
that.
love your metrics. Love your metrics. I guess like love our own metrics. Is that what you're
Okay.
saying? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah. Yeah. Everything won't be shining. Everything
Yeah.
won't be pretty, but we can still love it and value it and see it for what it is and take it higher.
I am at least I believe that I'm aware of what you're saying. Like people are a lot of people are afraid to be like their true self. Um,
Right.
and just engaging with people, I can just tell, that they're, if a person is not comfortable. And it's something because I mean, we're with ourselves all the time. And
Right.
so it seems harder to not be your true self. I love how you measure who the true self is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you, Adrian. I think it is harder to not be your true self,
Mhm.
because just like truth, or maybe your parents told you don't lie, you have to work to keep up. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember it, right? You don't have to keep up with it.
Yeah.
But when you lie, you got to remember what you said, when you said it, what were the things. You have to work really hard to sustain that lie
Mhm.
until you perfect it, like a like a play or something.
Mhm.
That's the same way with our true self. When we are not in our true self, we having to keep wake up remembering, okay, now who am I? How do I talk? How do I walk? What do I say? What do I like? What I don't say? It is harder
Mhm.
to wear the mask. Now, some people can learn again to perfect it, or it looks perfected, but a lot of times it's destroying them on the inside, right? It's causing them anger and
Mhm.
fear and needing to keep secrets and
Yeah.
to do a lot of things to keep that up.
Mhm.
Whereas the truth, according to ancient writings, sets you free. Free from what?
Yes.
Everything.
It really does.
So you don't have to wake up wondering, who am I? Yeah, I know who I am.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. From the little things, what colors do I like? It's true. You don't have to worry about it.
Mhm.
You only like beige, just buy beige. Just have a closet full of beige. It's okay, because
Yeah.
it's you. It's the truth of you. Nobody else has to approve it. They
Yeah.
don't have to sign off on it. Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was watching, you talking to someone on Substack, and I should have gone before this conversation to see what her name was.
Okay.
And one of you brought up Mary, the mother of Jesus, and who's I'm not a practicing Catholic, but I grew up Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary is very central to my life.
Okay.
Is Mary's like very close, right there.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I was just you 2 started talking, about her. And then earlier in the previous conversation, we were bringing up Erin Lyons, who's a young woman, Black woman, and uh she's a healer. I'm just blanking out because of the number of hours it's been. But
Sure.
she
Sure.
but she on one of her episodes, she was talking about Mary as well, in a different way. She was talking about
Mhm.
people in Jesus's time, and I'm like, this is twice in 1 week that people are bringing up Mary, and I'm liking that
Mm.
people are defending
Okay.
her.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah, I don't. Do you remember that conversation you had with that person?
I think I do. I think it was with Reverend Evelyn Boyne. She is also a
Okay.
Substacker. She's a certified, no, she's not certified. She's an ordained spiritual minister. I think is what her
Uh-huh.
title is. And that conversation was about the divine feminine energy.
Mhm.
And our
Mhm.
discussion was about how you know the energy that you walk in as you're walking out your true self. That's also a choice in how the divine masculine, and it's really a misuse or abused version of the divine masculine has caused a lot of uh anger and warring and these
Mhm.
hard type of responses to everyday life.
Mhm.
And sometimes we're kind of made to do it, and especially I think for black women, we had to take on a lot of these kind of hard masculine energies really for survival in
Mhm.
a lot of what we're doing. But also, we're seeing that playing out really from a lot of different peoples and energies, that the response to what's happening is aggressiveness and fight and war and those type of things. And in that energy, in that kind of abused patriarchy, the feminine has been suppressed and
Mhm.
depressed and devalued. So Reverend E and I were having a conversation about our choosing to resurrect that
Mhm.
part of us that's
Yeah.
still in us, but that has been suppressed, kind of buried, to resurrect showing up in our divine feminine energy.
Mhm.
um I define that with the divine having two aspects, the masculine and the feminine, and the ideal is that they're in balance together.
Mhm.
I have a raised vegetable garden, and in that, the fruit that we see come up, the fruit that we enjoy, come about because there's a male and feminine aspect to
Mhm.
that seed producing, and they work in harmony. If you have one and not the other, you won't have a fruit. But
Mhm.
both of them are working together in harmony to produce fruit. It's the same way with us. So we were encouraging listeners to get back to that divine feminine. And I think she did bring up Mary
Mhm.
and the depiction of Mary in the ancient writings, and her dealings with Yeshua, Jesus, the Son,
Mhm. Mhm.
and that aspects of loving and being lovable, and all of that, those
Mhm.
kind of aspects, that
Mhm.
feminine side of the divine. And I think that's how Mary came up in
Okay.
that discussion with us.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
I I pray, uh, um I'll start praying. I wanna say the rosary, but, the prayers.
Hmm.
Uh, I'll start praying the prayers, and that takes me to meditation. Uh,
Mm.
Me praying to Mary, takes me to Jesus. It
Okay.
takes me to God. Like,
Hmm.
I'll start with the intention of maybe saying 50,
Ah.
of the rosary.
Okay.
Before I
Okay.
get there, and again, I'm not a practicing Catholic, but before I get there, I get to, um, a space of meditation.
Okay. Okay.
And she just, I've been talking about my mom, and, she was
Hmm.
powerful for my mom, and, she's
Hmm.
just a real living figure
Hmm.
to me, and so I was just struck
That is
when you
cool.
brought her up. Yeah.
Do you do that any particular time of the day?
Mostly it'll be in the morning,
Okay.
when I do it. Not that I can't do it, like, I did it, it's funny you say that, 'cause, one time the person who was on, uh just before Stephanie,
Hmm.
she did a meditation with me, and I was in a space where I was just very discouraged, and
Okay.
she did a meditation, with me, and it got me in the right frame of mind. And the next day, that afternoon, I did the rosary and went into another meditation.
Mm.
On the TV, I had on binaural beats for the sacral chakra
Oh, wow.
teaching,
Okay.
and then I,
Okay.
was doing the prayer and the meditation, and yeah, it was powerful.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
did help with that kind of discouragement.
Yeah, I mean, the first
Mhm.
meditation with Stephanie shifted me,
Okay,
but
okay.
I wanted to stay in that space
Mhm.
with God. I mean, I wasn't
Mhm.
totally like, okay, I'm done being discouraged, but you know, I wanted more.
Mhm.
I wanted to continue. When I say
Mhm.
I wanted to
Mhm.
continue,
Mhm.
and so yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's good. I love to hear about people's practices, because where I am with True Society is not telling people what to believe.
Mhm.
We're gonna believe what we believe. My encouragement is, find the truth in it. Know that it's true for you,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And so that you can stand on that and be that for you.
Mhm.
And what works for you, what's true for you, will elevate you, and you'll
Yeah.
know it. I think
Mhm.
last night you and Fran mentioned about the body, listening
Oh,
to the body and
yeah.
everything. So when you talked about you were a little discouraged, that was something in your mind, your body sharing information with you. The intelligence of the
Mhm.
body giving you a sign, giving you a symptom to check something,
Mhm.
and you did it. You went into meditation, you
Yeah.
did the
Yeah.
rosary, you went in another meditation.
Mhm.
You took the
Mhm.
time to check this, to see what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I think it helps everybody to have that,
Mhm.
something that's internal for you, your checking system, just like your car. That light comes on in your car, you're going to call the mechanic, or you're going to say, oh, there's something wrong with my tire, there's
Mhm.
something, whatever. You're going to go check it is, because you want to avoid being broke down on the highway.
Yeah.
We want to do the same thing within ourselves, within our spirit, with our inner person, and our bodies will tell us, will be that signal
Mhm.
coming on to tell us, okay, check something. So you do your meditative practice. I enjoy tennis, so sometimes I need to go out to a court and hit a ball as hard as I can. It might hit the fence, but that's okay.
To release.
To release, to address whatever that might be,
Mhm.
and get some exercise in the process of whatever. And these intelligent signals from the body are not happenstance, right? They are
Mhm.
divinely created in this fantastic, like phenomenal structure we call a body, to tell us information about ourselves, to help
Mhm.
guide our journey in this space. I think Fran was saying she ignored one of hers, and she had to take special, even more actions to address it once she started addressing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
So in true self, don't ignore those things.
no. No, and what do you have, a spiritual practice? Is it a regular spiritual practice, or does it vary, look different at different times?
Yeah, it's pretty basic, but it'll flow to whatever might be happening, or like signals that I might get. But I do like intention work, so I will write down my intentions,
Mhm.
and it's usually a set few, maybe five, that covers a lot of different things,
Mhm.
and I write them in a way that sounds rings true to me,
Yes.
and I learn them, and I will recite them before my feet hit the floor.
Mhm.
I like to remind myself of the creator and my oneness with the creator. So I go through these things before I get up in the morning, and
Mm.
sometimes I'll do it before I go to sleep. I also enjoy meditation, and I'll do that in the mornings or anytime during the day. It can
Mhm.
be short. It can be, some of them are long.
Yes.
I enjoy stillness,
Yes.
just to no, just to sit with no
Mm.
noise or anything. And I enjoy exercising, moving my body.
Mhm.
I consider that part of it too. I like walking, walks out in nature,
Mhm.
where I'm observing things in nature, the grass, the trees, the clouds, the sunshine, and
Mhm.
feeling one with those things too. So
Yeah.
basically, that's kind of the things, my kind of go-to things, you know. But sometimes I could put on some good music and dance around.
Yeah.
But those are my go-tos.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My, my best friend and I were on, during the she came on at 2 a.m. last night, and, she was asking me about, like, we were talking about, like, our playlist for gospel or praise music,
Hmm.
and, do you have favorites that you
I do have some favorites, but it's varied. They're not all gospel, not all Christian.
Mhm.
It's just kind of the message and the vibe,
Yeah.
you know. And I wouldn't say that I'm religious
Mhm.
anymore,
Yeah.
but I enjoy messages.
Mm.
Words are very important to me. Language is very important to me. Thoughts are paramount to me.
Mhm.
So I want to guard my heart and my thoughts with whatever's around me.
Yeah.
And it can vary. Different music kind of vary. And I think, like I mentioned to you early, I am drawn to Kendrick Lamar. And I'm sure
Mhm.
most
Yeah.
religious or Christian people would be
Yes.
like, "What? No."
No, I don't I am
But
too. I'm
yeah,
drawn to
but
him.
I can skip past any you know, any F words, F bombs, or
Mhm.
anything to get to the essence of the message. And
Yeah.
I think his thinking for me is profound. But then I do have my go-tos, Yolanda Adams, different kind of things.
Mhm.
Sometimes I go back in the day to the whinings. It just
Mhm.
depends on what's boiling up that
Exactly.
day.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly.
Hmm.
What do you think God is, calling you to do right now for yourself and for others?
I feel like it is this line of True Self Society and
Mhm.
where that takes me, where that
Mhm.
elevates me and then other people.
Mhm.
And I think the foundations of that are rooted in ancient writings, the scrolls from where the Bible came from,
Mhm.
but also ancient writings in other philosophies,
Mhm.
Hindu, Buddhism, all different kind of things, is that truth is paramount. Honesty
Mhm.
and um,
Yeah.
love, you
Mhm.
know, those
Mhm.
basic things is what kind of I'm
Yeah.
communicating through the writing, through the community, through the publication.
Mhm.
And I think that's where I'm drawn to. Even things that um, traditional religious people will isolate to Yeshua or Jesus, I feel in that space, and
Mhm.
like those words, I don't count it robbery to say that I am one with the Creator.
Yeah.
The things that interesting enough, things that people say they honor Jesus about, they don't gravitate to those things. They And I think because tradition has taught us separation. God
Mhm.
is over here, Jesus over here, we over here,
Mhm.
and the twain will not meet until the by and by.
Yeah, you're saying
I
people might
Yeah,
gravitate towards him and then they live their lives a different way.
a different way.
Mhm.
Or don't even get to the beat of
Yes.
what he was saying. He
Yes.
boiled he boiled he boiled the law down to two.
Mhm.
Love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Mhm.
Okay, well, look around us at what's happening today.
Yeah.
How many of the people who are calling themselves believers,
Mhm.
followers of Jesus, or Christians are doing those two things?
Mhm.
I would say not many.
Mm-mm.
So
Mm.
it's get to me getting back to that, the clarity of that is just what the voice that I'm s-
Yeah.
calling out, spewing out through my work.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're I like to ask people sometimes if they're a healer or a seeker, and you would say what?
I would say a seeker, an encourager. I'm seeking the truth.
Mhm.
And from the truth, I would feel comes freedom and healing.
Mhm.
Freedom to heal, freedom to be free of the things that bind us or that we bind ourselves to,
Mhm.
sometimes in ignorance, sometimes not. Looking at the things that we're experiencing in the world today, to me, truth and love would diminish and silence a lot of that.
Mhm.
But where is the truth?
Yeah.
Where is the truth in it? And I think for me, my understanding is that it needs to start with you and then spread abroad.
Mhm.
Start with where you are, spread abroad. Also, with knowing the truth, you can more easily see the falsehood that's thrown your way.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can discern what's right, what's true, and what's not true.
I was saying, during the wee hours how,
Mhm.
I think that, yes, people are afraid, but I also think people are confused when I think about just the chaos of what the world seems like.
Mhm.
There's excluding the like, not the, uh I wanna say excluding anybody, but I think there's people are confused and afraid,
Mm.
and that turns into, you know, the opposite of love to me,
Yes.
you know?
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes. And I think that's an excellent point. Confused and afraid. And when that happens, I think you have to come back to yourself, go within, and try to figure it out before
Mhm.
you go without. And also understand what's happening when we do elevate some of these things. To
Mhm.
me, thoughts create. So if we keep thinking on, the horrors, the troubles, the bad, the whatever, you're going to start drawing those into your world.
Yeah.
So part of this is personal accountability for you, your life, your spiritual relationship, your everything,
Mhm.
and then letting that span out. Uh, Taking back ownership of those things from the people we've given it to,
Mhm.
including spiritual leaders and government.
Mhm.
And I think it's great to have those teachers that we can go to when we need conversations and everything. I think it's another thing to outsource your responsibility to those people
Mhm.
because
Mm.
everything is going to be starting from yourself with everything. Good, bad, otherwise, it's going to start with what you're doing. There are going to be few instances where you can say, okay, stop right there. This wave is coming at me because I need to call this person. I need to find this person on the phone and get their assessment of it. I think you got to see it, see what it is, get some thoughts about it yourself before you
Mhm.
start to reach out to other people. And sometimes you're not going to have time to reach out to other people.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was powerful to me, yeah, everything is, but you saying, talking about outsourcing yourself to
Hmm.
people, very interesting.
Yeah, and we do that a lot. A lot of times we were trained to do that.
Mhm.
Even some experiences that I've had growing up in church, you weren't allowed to ask questions, to form thoughts about yourself, to try to figure out this God for yourself. And so you were kind of trained to outsource it to the person standing up before you because they had all the answers.
Yeah.
So but as we grow and learn, if the work of Jesus rent the garment, that means I can be the same as you.
Mhm.
So the difference between us then is going to be our experiences that
Mhm.
we've had in life. Perhaps you're older, or perhaps you've experienced one thing that I haven't. Then we can draw on one another to say, what does that mean? How do I get through this? You've been through this before. Let me get this from you.
Yeah.
But we can go to the divine the same as the next person.
Go through divine.
We can go to the divine.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need a mediator
Right.
to
Yeah,
go to the divine.
yeah. I used to have that issue with, uh, confession. First of
Okay.
all, it didn't make sense to me because figuratively, the priest was supposed to be
Mhm.
God.
Mhm.
That was odd. And then I
Mhm.
would just be in there. My mom used to be in confession a long time.
Okay.
So then I was like, I don't know what, and she didn't do much wrong. So I was just like, I went in there and I wouldn't be in there very long.
Mhm.
An adult, I was like, well, I guess I'll be honest, and
Yeah.
one time I was in confession. You're not supposed to tell nobody about confession.
Okay.
I don't care. And so, but one time I was in confession and I said something about a boyfriend, and it referred to sex, or, something,
Uh-huh.
some way,
Mhm. Mhm.
maybe I
Mhm.
said he cheated on me or something like that,
Mhm.
and he said, "Wait a minute. Now I'm in my 30s, you know, and this is in New York City." Okay.
Okay.
And so he said, wait a minute. Are you saying that you're having sex?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And so then I said, "The point. What I'm trying to say is blah, 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 blah," you know? And so then the man, I had so many problems with priests, and um, that's not,
Sure.
sexual
Sure.
abuse,
Sure.
but,
Sure.
he just tried to, like, admonish me,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
got up and left.
Mm.
I got up
Okay.
and walked
Yeah.
out. Just,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yep, yep, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a beauty about confession, because maybe you get things off your chest, you tell somebody, that's good. In black baptism, you didn't go to the preacher for anything except for, I'm getting married, can you perform a ceremony? You didn't have any of that, and there was really not anyone you could tell things to like that. So maybe there's an aspect of that that's really kind and wonderful. But like
Mhm.
you said, Adrian, you're sharing with another human being, and
Yes.
they're going to assess your words from their perspective.
Mhm, mhm.
You know, the the
Yeah.
the, the father is the patriarch. He's not going to have his daughter having sex. Maybe if there had been a female there, she'd be like, well, I kind of understand, but let's,
Mhm.
so they're going to come from different things. So I think it is important to have a circle of counselors, people in your circle who you are in alignment with. You're walking in the same direction, that you can bounce things off of, and
Mhm.
and get wisdom from, share wisdom. But it is different from outsourcing everything to someone else to
Mhm.
make the decision for you, when then you are living the ramifications, the rewards, are the punishments of that.
Mhm.
Whatever the outcome it is, you're doing it. Again, truth makes you free. So when you're owning your own thing, you're free in that way to decide and to reap
Mhm.
from that seed that you're doing. Again, not without wisdom from
Mhm.
others, from yourself,
Yeah.
from others, but you own it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
getting back to that, and that to me seems more important as we see things play out, in the political scene and those type of things,
Yeah.
that we take personal responsibility, we own, we start figuring out what are the implications. I see, what is the divine energy telling me about what's happening here, and what are some steps I should be taking to go where I still want to go despite what all is happening.
Mhm. Yeah.
And do that in a way that I don't have to be fearful. I want to be wise. I don't have to be fearful.
Yeah.
I want to be grounded. I want to be in truth. I want to be smart about
Mhm.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I'm encouraging people to do that
Yeah.
as they talk about all these things.
I'm very aligned with that, and to me, that's the what we've been saying, throughout these hours is about,
Yeah.
doing the inner work,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes back to, what you were saying earlier, that I think people wanna avoid that a lot of times,
Mm-hmm.
and you get to the point where you can't be disconnected from yourself,
Right.
to me,
Right.
indefinitely,
Right.
and
The
belong to this world. Yeah.
Yeah. The treasure and the beauty is in that inner self.
Mhm.
And we were taught, we just got to unwind from some of the teachings
Right.
that we've gotten from a lot of different places,
Mhm.
from advertising and colonization and
Mhm.
rulers and kings of the world. We've gotten from a lot of places to not be yourself,
Yeah.
to not go within, just do what I say. Tell I'm gonna tell you about yourself and you believe that. But the treasure, the gold, is in your own inner self and the
Yep.
truth of who he or she is.
Mhm.
And then you go from there.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Did I ask you how people can get in touch with you?
You didn't, but thank you. I appreciate that. I'm kind of making my home on Substack. So
Mhm.
it's true self society .substack.com. I'm Netafe out there, and the publication is called True Self Society. I'm on social media, Instagram and Facebook at Netafe. So you
Mhm.
can find me there as well.
And Netafe, does that translate into, uh, a meaning?
It does. It comes from my given name at birth. So
Mhm.
my dad, a wonderful, wonderful man, uh, is Burnett. So my parents did the super smart thing and stuck a A at the end of his name. So I
Oh.
am Burnetta.
Oh.
Yeah. So and my middle name, birth name is Faye, Faye, but I'm choosing this presentation name as a combination of both. So Netta from Burnetta and then Faye, I just spell it Fey. And growing up, my cousins would call me Netta Faye, Netta Faye, Netta Faye.
Really?
So it is a nod and a tie to the name that my parents gave me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Athens, Georgia.
Okay, okay.
So I don't know. Did I ask you if you've been there?
Um, you
I
know what?
know.
I don't think I have been to Athens because wouldn't I remember that from
Hmm.
although I do think I did go with just to a specific destination with Stephanie, who was on earlier for a meditation event. I think that
Okay.
happens
Okay. I
years
don't
ago.
know if New Yorkers will make their way to Atlanta, but I don't know if they go much farther.
Yeah, yeah. I think we did. We went to somebody's home. I believe
Okay.
it was Athens that we went.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's a college town. The University of
Yeah.
Georgia's there,
Mhm.
because you've been in Atlanta a while.
Yes,
Yes.
I
Hmm.
I have.
So it's a big college town.
Wow.
So it's
Well,
good.
I am so grateful that you accepted as soon as I got in touch with you.
Of
I
course, of
on
course. I appreciate our first conversation. This sounded like such a wonderful idea, and I am just applaud you
Thank you.
for
Thank
doing
you.
it.
Thank
And the recordings will be on YouTube because I know I missed something. I want to hear you and Stephanie talking at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Well, no, that was my, girlfriend Tanya,
Oh,
and
that was Tanya. Okay.
but yes, they'll be on YouTube, and then I'm gonna edit them and break them they'll be on YouTube, period, but I'm also going to break them out into, like, clips, so you, like,
Okay.
can
Okay.
and then,
Okay, I
uh
want to go back and see all the late night ones because I'm
oh
sure those are juicy conversations.
let me tell you. So there's this friend James, and he we were I told you, I think I mentioned to you that I study A Course in Miracles.
Yes.
And we had
Hmm.
met in a Course in Miracles discussion group, and then he moved and the pandemic happened and all that. And
Mm,
so I called him because his birthday was last week, and I
mm,
told him that I was, going to be doing this. So he came on the first time at 10:30 p.m.
mm.
and he was on for an hour or so. And then he
Okay.
said that he would be. I said, you should come back later in like, the overnight hours. And he says, yeah, I could probably do that. I was just waiting for you to suggest it. And so he came back on at 3 o'clock our time.
Okay.
So he's in
Okay.
Colorado, so it was 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. there,
Okay.
and
Okay.
we're
Okay.
talking, and then we did a meditation, and
Oh.
he wanted to do a prayer meditation, and I was a little resistant because, my mind, I was like, "I don't know if I can remember, like, what I normally would remember in terms."
Yeah. 3 a.m. in the morning.
But we did it, and he set a timer for 11 minutes, and he was like, he'll say a, prayer, or it could even be one sentence, and
Mm-hmm.
then I would, and, he wanted to go back and forth, and we did, and it really settled me in, and it was real
Mm.
helpful. It was real helpful.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would want to go back and hear
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, and
That would be
he's
nice.
he's a very deep young man. Like, that's an
Okay.
understatement for me to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, coming through the course of miracles, it
Mhm.
elevates you.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah,
it does.
yeah.
Yep, yep, yep. Wonderful.
Wow.
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
Thanks
thank
everyone for
you.
listening. I so enjoyed the
Absolutely.
conversation again.
Yes, thank you, and when I do the, individual links, I'll send those out to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would love to share them and get
Yeah,
more eyes on this wonderful conversations that you've
yeah.
had for 24 hours. You go, girl.
Thank you so much, Netta Faye. I
Thank you.
appreciate
Bye, everybody.
it.
Bye.
Bye. That was awesome. That was awesome, but I knew it would be. Mm. Love how you measure what the true self is. I probably read that. I did, because I did the metrics. I said, I let her know that you said, "Love your metrics." Wow. 59 minutes. That is incredible. That's incredible. I'll tell you a secret. Yesterday morning, I probably got up at, um, 5 and didn't sleep. I tried to get some sleep during the night, but, I was excited and anticipating this, and then I had things to do when I got up, and so, I didn't get much sleep, and then, so I've been up since 5, at least 5 a.m., Friday morning, right? Yeah, so this is really something. This is really something. And I am grateful that, God has brought me through, because, there are moments where I was saying to myself, "Well, I can't take this for granted, that I'm gonna be able to withstand this, because sleep is on me." It is on me, and it's not just, sleep, it's just, um, you know, the fatigue. And if you were up for 24 hours, like, let's say you're up for 24 hours tonight, like, you don't go to bed tonight, but you'll probably be moving around, working, and so it's been something sitting in this chair. I will not say that I what I'm trying to say is, it's possible I would do this again, like I was saying to somebody I was talking to, that I would wanna do it in a studio if possible, and have a camera person, a videographer, and, somebody else who can help me, be a companion, and help me with the social media, or we could balance it out, with the social media and the comments and everything. Uh, but this has been very exciting. I think I mentioned yesterday that uh, I run and my family members run, and so we've run marathons and half marathons, and if one of us is running, a lot of times, the others will be there. And if it's a, significant and if it's a long, long distance race, in the past when both my brothers were here, especially here as in living. And, so I'm trying to say that, people are encouraging you on and you got this, you got this. And that's what this has felt like. I got a text from uh Lador, who was on, and I think she wrote 1 hour. It's not showing up because my phone was on airplane, but I saw it come up on my laptop. Another friend, it's just popping up because I took my phone off of airplane mode. Says 2 hours to go. Tremendous job. Go girl. Go. Um, Wow. I just, it feels like a race, like, when you're running, you're running through those streets and people are like, you got this, you got it, you good job, great job, great job. And so if that's a wonderful feeling. And just the encouragement. And it's going to be interesting to reflect. And once I'm back in my rested mind, BE Decors, Lynetta says, you have done an amazing job, Adrian. Thank you. And I'm so proud of you. What I love is from the start to finish, you had a variety of guests from different backgrounds, experiences, and knowledge. I am so glad to have been a part of it. It means the world to me that you were a part of it. It really, really does. Thank you so much for being a part of it in person, on the microphone, here, with others supporting me, just being here in my space and online in the comments and engaged, and Elisa and Fran and uh, Jody, Joti, so many, Sandra, another Sandra, here on the mic, hanging out here, Lador, the same, Francesca, oh my gosh, just so many people, and Teresa, as I said, for agreeing, because you know what? I think I said this before, I'm not sure, but a lot of folks, friends, I felt like they didn't really know what I was doing. They certainly wondered, why am I doing this? And so it was kind of hard for them to wrap their mind around it. And so, Teresa, I just really appreciate you being here. And she stayed the night. And uh, Cynthia, as I mentioned before, Shanta brought me a little gift yesterday. So I really hope that these guests did resonate, and did I could see that through the comments from many. I'm glad that you enjoyed um, the different people who came on, these incredible, incredible people who came on in the conversations that were had. I really do. Um, as I said, it's going to be interesting to see how I reflect on this. And this is really a passion, having conversations and um, getting to know each other. Thank you, Netta Faye. What BE Decor said, the seed in the ground this seed in the ground, and it will produce mightily for you, this podcast and many others. Congratulations. Thank you so, so much. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh, Lynetta donated. Thank you. Lynetta, she says she gave last night. Let's do this. Stephanie talking about Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. Netta Faye is doing it now. Oh, you all are wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You all are absolutely wonderful. I'm gonna see if I can find something here. Oh, I got Georgia Appleseed. Michael Waller sent me a note saying, "Keep going, Adrian. Almost there." Just really, really wonderful. I wanted to see if I could find this story just to show you some stark. Let me see. Economy. Okay. Mm. Let's see. Okay. 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 So this is an example of living conditions. And I'm not aware of Georgia Appleseed being engaged with this hotel, but they have talked to families who live at extended stay hotels. And I wanted to share this story that I wrote, which actually led me to get in touch with Georgia Appleseed to just get their opinion about what was going on. And this story has some numbers in it because it was in horrible condition. And what Georgia Appleseed does is they work to prevent these or stop these type of situations, and they work to stop this through changes in laws if they can. These are the types of situations that concern this organization, is what I'm trying to say. So at this hotel, which it's less than 10 minutes from a 10-minute drive from where I live. It was shut down by the city. For one thing, they had sex trafficking going on there. In some cases at this hotel, there were 10 to 15 people living in one room. There was 159 people living at this hotel, and several were in wheelchairs, and there were 50 children, 46 animals in condition described as unsafe, unsanitary, with rusted stairwells, exposed electrical wiring near showers and outdoor play areas. I have this habit of putting my hand on my mouse, and then the screen enlarges. So 46 animals, unsafe, unsanitary conditions, no working smoke detectors, inoperable elevator covered in plywood. In one room that the fire chief, I believe it was showing in doing this presentation, they had installed a kitchen. They had installed not a nice kitchen either. uh, so and that was when I first reached out to Georgia Appleseed about this. And they said that, the path from stable housing to homelessness is often gradual and invisible. And he said people are desperate to stay out of their car and off the street, and that vulnerable families often cycle from an apartment to extended stay hotel, and if finances or conditions worsen, to living in a car or on the street. So, this is one situation in my conversation with, um oh, wait a minute, I might have even more for you. Oh, thank you. He's just sharing something with me now that I can share with you. And it's thank you for sending this. Uh, this is an article he's sharing by Atlantic Atlanta Civic Circle organization, and um, a woman, 26-year-old Denise Parker, worked to stay out of rundown roadside hotels and off highways in Clayton County here in Georgia, where she spent most of her teen years. Um, she moved away from home at 17, and she she was committed. She made it her mission to stay in stable housing. The birth of her daughter, who's now 6, made the mission more urgent, and she didn't want to struggle like her mother or her grandmother. So, what keeps 3 generations of single moms stuck in extended stay hotel trap? This series unpacks oh, this is wow. It unpacks the overlapping challenges keeping families in Clayton County and across Georgia stuck in extended stay hotels when they want safe, stable homes. And this is offering uh, different stories. So, a living wage. Okay, here we're getting to some numbers. Adults without 27% of adults without a high school diploma in Clayton County, Georgia, earn 27% less than those with some post-secondary training. More than 12,000 children in Metro Atlanta are homeless. More than 12,000 children, and where is my I wanna say that Michael said 46,000 across the state are homeless, and let me see if I have Sandra said she donated this morning. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making this important. Um And Lynetta is noting that you can also mail a check to Georgia Appleseed. You can donate through the site, or you could mail a check to their office, and they're at 1600 Parkwood Circle Southeast, Suite 200, Atlanta, Georgia 30339. And of course, that's on their website if you go there and you wanna learn more about the organization. Um, 4 evicted students miss an average of 4 extra school days per year than their non-evicted peers, leading to chronic absenteeism and academic setbacks. Mhm. Yeah. The current administration, their 2026 budget is looking to eliminate $129 million in dedicated funding for the McKinney-Vento Education for Homeless Children and Youth program. and Jacqueline Drumright, who lives in North Carolina, she also uh, interacts with homeless children in her profession as an educator, and she has mentioned this organization as well. Instead, okay, so this proposal looking to eliminate $129 million, the money would be moved to a broader block grant that covers multiple education initiatives. Um, State law in Georgia does not cover core student protections. So AtlantaCivicCircle.org will share a lot of information and some data. 4,769 Clayton County has a shortage of this number of homes. This is just one county. This is just one county. That means nearly 5,000 more families looking for housing. That means there are nearly 5,000 more families looking for housing than there are homes available. For comparison, the gap is higher than the average shortage in other Georgia counties, making it especially tough for Clayton counties to find an affordable place to live. Let me see here. So now you're aware of this organization, and I hope that you let the people in your life know about it. Only 13% of full-time and 6% of part-time private sector workers have an employer-provided child care benefit, leaving the lowest paid and disproportionately non-white workers almost entirely uncovered. Wow. So if you've ever been to eviction court, or if you know about eviction court in Georgia, tenants have no guaranteed counsel in eviction court, even though studies show how legal help prevents displacement. Mm. Did I read this one already? 4,769 affordable homes and available rental homes for families earning less than 30% of the area median income. I did. For a family of four, that's $34,260. So it is not easy. It is not easy out here. Lador, go girl, go. And David, as I mentioned, 2 hours to go. Tremendous job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And almost done. Hang in there. Tanya says, seep it out of Adrian. You should come on here with me, Jackie, and wind this down. That's what you should do. Jacqueline Drumright. What did she say? She said, sleep, get off of Adrian. Stephanie says, only a few more minutes. See how this feels like a marathon? Well, it has been a marathon. I mentioned that I went swimming on Thursday, and I swam 25 laps, 24, and then one for extra. One as a bonus for this event. Jackie, don't you want to come join me? Jacqueline has been on my podcast before, 2 to 3 times before. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. Wow. So, I've asked some people, I've titled this uh, whole thing, "What is your why?" And we've been talking about that. What is your why? Netta Faye certainly uh, shared that. Let me see. Lenata says, Adrian, this reminds me of when you and I go down to watch the Peachtree Road Race, and we're close to the finish line, cheering on the runners, saying, "Way to go, way to go." Yeah. Almost home, almost home. Exactly. 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 Sandra says, "You are in the home stretch. You are in the home stretch." Wow. Was I saying something? Did I have a thought in my mind and it just left me? I think I was going to share something. Oh, it was about what is your why? What is your why? Yeah. Let me see. I did have some questions that, see if I can find some interesting questions. I know my Shiloh will be happy when this is up as well. And for anybody who might join us, hasn't seen this already, I want to make sure. You can go to the website. Hmm. Wow. So I have some questions here. We were talking about transformation yesterday, and one of my questions is, what has transformation freed you from? Wow. What has it's free transformation has freed me from a lack of self-esteem. That's what a lack of self-love. That's what transformation has freed me from. And throughout, I've been mentioning A Course in Miracles, and when I finally went to the spiritual discussion group that I mentioned, and uh, it helped me get to a real place. It transformed me, being able to talk out um, some of my uh, inner struggles, or perceptions that I had as I'm studying this book, perceptions that I had about myself, and growing and stretching through other people sharing their spiritual path, helped me to get to a place of self-love, because the book is all about how much God loves us. So transformation freed me from a lack of self-love. I just had another one that I thought was good. How do you stay open to becoming new? How do you stay open to becoming new and open to new ideas? I wonder how that is. Are you a person that's open to new ideas and growing and stretching? Hmm. What does some of these I feel like I'm meant to read right now. What does rest mean to you spiritually? Rest is healing. Sleep is very healing to me. Mm. Some of these questions I have here relate to what Netta Faye was bringing up about how our body can give us clues. How do you recognize God's presence in physical health? Mm. Yeah. I used to see I used to see that. Um, I see God's healing in physical health. I see how sleep heals us. Um, mm, Not a good question for me. How do you bring mindfulness into eating? Sometimes eating can be my feeding my potato chip um, addiction. Hmm. Okay, here's a question. What spiritual legacy do you want to leave on this earth? What spiritual legacy do you want to leave on this earth? And I think for me, I want uh, to leave people with a knowing of the power of going within, like we were talking, um, and like we were talking about when Netta Faye was just here, and with previous guests on this 24-hour journey, the power of going within and connecting with God um, is healing and transformative and enlightening. And it's something that there's no reason to have resistance to. Um, did Jacqueline drum right? Well, so we brought up a lot in this conversation. It's 11:30. It's 11:30. I shared with you, and others have shared with you when I was in my conversation with James, this book by Neville Goddard, or any book by Neville Goddard. This is the first one that I have purchased. So the point is, Neville Goddard was brought up. Stephanie brought up a number of books, and Take the Leap was one of the books she brought up. And then she brought up another book. Let's see. Let's see. Uh, some of the things that came up in conversation is listening to um, our inner voice, our higher self, and uh, again, being willing to see things differently, being willing to turn to God, our higher power, source, whatever you call that divine entity. We talked about so many things. We talked about so many things. Elisa, just a very deep woman, and I just love that. I feel blessed that I have met you and can call you friend, as I feel that way about everyone who is on this podcast. And Elisa, you were talking. It was your our conversation, my conversation with you and with Fran were so simpatico when it came to uh, vision and uh, willingness to be present, because Elisa was talking about the vision that she had with her um, surrounding, family and her husband. Thank you. Let's make all this energy count. Adrian has left it all on the field, haven't I, though? Any amount helps. God will multiply it. Donate. Visit georgiaappleseed.org/donate. Yes, Stephanie, let's leaving it all on the field. So it was just the conversation with Elisa around, the vision that she had and the knowing that she had around having a family, and then, allowing for the that journey to play out was so powerful, throughout her life, and being married and having her sons, and then that complemented with Fran talking about, so Elisa had a vision, but Fran talking about how, not trying to, in my words, take the wheel to organize, our future. Just be present. Be present to the next step. Be present to the next step and let it unfold. Very simpatico conversations. Sandy, Sandra, 90-day wins. Totally. We can all do our part. Elisa. Lenata, that trust in God has always been the way to go. And that means we must be tested and tried on that trust to make sure we have it. Thank you, Lenata. Yeah, this is so cool. It's so cool to have a passion and a desire and a goal, and then others support it, because you don't have to support it. It's the fact that that's the choice that you make, that you support it and you've shown up and been here, over the last day is, I'm in such deep gratitude. I am in such deep gratitude from the time that I started with Lador and Lenata, and Teresa was here, and we had a good time with the three of us, Lenata and Lador and me, sitting here on the camera, and then talking with Michael Waller and his wife Amy, and her nonprofit, discussing her nonprofit organization that she works for, and also, as well as which is with mothers whose babies are born in while they're incarcerated, as well as Georgia Appleseed and all that Georgia Appleseed does. And just who did I talk to after that? That was you, Elisa. You said, love the next best step process. Yes, yes. And I have a spiritual friend from A Course in Miracles, and she always will say, take the next right step, just the next right step. But yes, yes. Melody, listen to me. Can I talk now? Can I speak? I'm I am stumbling here, but that's just my brain trying to catch up to everything. Melody was amazing. Yes, she was. Melody was amazing. And let me tell you, Melody was here until at least midnight. She was just here hanging out, doing her work, but also watching over in another area, watching podcast, and that was awesome. She was here at least until midnight. See, this is why I had my phone on airplane mode. 20 minutes, girl, you got that. Yes. 22 minutes according to my watch. Uh, and my mixer has held up with my space on my card, because I was like on my I was hoping I had enough room on my file. That's why I was listening to Stephanie's wonderful voice yesterday, and um, Sandra, because I was going through files to see what I could delete and what I couldn't delete. It was good vibes to hang out with the ladies. Yes. Yes, yes. It was great. It was great. Um yes, Sandra, so great seeing you. And then Sandra got on the mic for me because somehow throughout this I have been able to take out my dog Shiloh. And so I got up, I needed to get up and stretch, and Sandra got on the mic for a bit, and that was so helpful. That was so helpful. And then I think I just said a few minutes ago that right before then was, um, Melody was on the mic for about 2 hours, I think, also because uh, her and Lenita were on together, and then she got on with me. So just thank you so much. I had the conversation. Elisa, Sandra's voice reminded me of my own, yours, she's talking about herself. That surprised me. Yeah, as soon as I saw her name under your post, I was started thinking, wow, I had a few with that silky, silky voice. Yes. Yes. I was gonna mention how we had on, three dads, and they were sharing about the father-daughter bond, and, I really appreciated them being on. That was Todd Duncan, who's Lenata's husband, and, Charles and Russell, my cousin and my nephew, who have been on, we've podcasted together many times. And just the three of them, Todd, Charles, and Russell, I also really appreciate your support as well. And then came James. Then came James, and I was speaking about him with Netta Faye, and how that was just so great. First, he's on and he's talking so deep, and then he's willing to come back a few hours later. That was really cool. And then we did that prayer, spontaneous prayer, and awesome, awesome, awesome. And then we had Miss Nikki in between his visits, and she's in Thailand and was sharing just her journey and just very deep things. She also happened to sing at the towards the end, right before she got off, and we said goodbye. It was great to talk with her. And then after her is when James came back on again. And I also talked to Tanya, my best friend in Rochester, New York, who came on, and from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Oh gosh, Sandra, thank you. It was a pleasure to be on with you. I have to replay all of the episodes. I need to see James and Ms. Nikki. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, and James was on, twice, as I was just saying. Really good. Really, really good. Boy, 17 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I like to say that sometime, like as if I'm in Madison Square Garden or something. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. But, not 2 minutes, 17 though. Uh, so yes, it's really moved along. This has really, really moved along because at one time it was like 5 and I was like, "Man, it seems like it was just 11 o'clock, or 10:30." So, um, and so yes, I'm trying to remember like that space. So James and Tanya filled in that space of time, in the overnight hours. And Jyoti came on and wow, she shared some powerful stories of her experiences and her journey. Yes, Sandra says she woke up at the end of James' second session. Thank you so much. He actually I asked him spontaneously and he was about to volunteer. He was kind of waiting for me to ask him to come back on a second time, but he was so great. And then what was funny was I said, "Are you about to get off?" Because he mentioned the and there was a time difference. And he was like, "Yeah, we could do this meditation for, 11 minutes." And he indicated that he was going to be getting off. And I said, "You about to get off? You about to get off the podcast?" And he was like, "Well, yeah, I thought I'd get off at 2." And it was like 10 minutes to 2 where he was. And it was going on 4 a.m. here. Oh, so I feel like I you saw that part. Stan just saw that part. Wow. I wonder what you all are going to do today. I appreciate you bringing in your day with me. I really do. Everyone who's joined and listened to this. Something else I didn't do throughout this whole thing, so I didn't post on social media like I would have wanted to say, "Oh, this person's coming up next," or "This person's coming up at a such time." I also didn't say, "Please subscribe, please subscribe." Uh, Lador, I'm Lador, Lenada, in terms of such great moments that Sandra just said, she says, "It has. What's next for your podcast journeys? Tell us what else you've got going on." And Sandra, 90 Day Wins, she's on her way to a wedding reception today. Oh, that'll be wonderful. That should be wonderful. Um, and what do you have coming up for your podcast? That's for you, Adrian. I'm asking you, Sandra, also, because Lenata said journeys. So for me, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank you, Stephanie. So one I just wanted to share that um, there's 2 places to learn more about, well, 3 actually, 4, multiple places to learn about Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. One is they were my most recent podcast episode before these segments that I have had over the last 24 hours. I think that was episode 183 that Michael Waller and Liz McDaniel, Michael Waller, executive director, and Liz McDaniel, director of development and engagement, or engagement and development, were on. And they shared so much information shed light so much on the organization. And then Michael was on also during this 24-hour period. He was on yesterday with his wife Amy, sharing more about how important this organization is, how they advocate for children, and why around housing and around education. So I want you to please go to Georgia Appleseed, I keep saying that, GAAppleseed.org /donate, but definitely .org to see what their uh, organization is all about. They have all the information right there on their homepage. They've got 4 initiatives that they share with you, and they also have a new AI tool where parents can gain information on how to advocate for their children. I'm just really happy that I came across this organization because I just went searching because I wanted a voice in the story that I had shared with you earlier about this hotel that shut down. So I'm really happy. And when I called the organization, and I called the number for the executive director, Michael Waller, on the website, and he answered the phone and talked with me, and then connected me with another person who talked with me. Just really important place, doing phenomenal work for children. So please, a lot of you have donated. Others, if you would go to their website and share what you can, donate what you can, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Too funny, you first, about podcast plans, or no, Elisa, what you guys are doing today? That question is of you, Adrian. What was the question? What are my next podcast plans? I wonder if that was the question. If so, if so, I have a number of episodes in the hopper that I want to bring to you. So, yes, Adrian, tell us what's next for you. Well, all right. This is one plan. I've got 9 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Before I tell you, I won't digress, but I won't digress. I want to bring a movie scene. I want to tell you a movie scene. Do you know what movie this is from? 15 minutes, Mr. Whiteside. 15 minutes. Do you know what movie that's from? Well, maybe I'll tell you if you come to my next my next episode. So, this, as Stephanie shared, there's a whole initiative around this podcast for me. And part of it is that I formed an advisory board in which Stephanie's on the board, Todd, who you met, is on the board, Charles is on the board, uh, just people who I know that know what I want for this podcast, and I know that they have expertise in different areas, and that's not everyone who's on the board. But I just wanted to share some. Lynetta is so busy; she couldn't be on the board. She's too busy. So, um, so they have been so helpful in really bringing an objective eye to the podcast. And so I'm going to be just kind of working to, do some things around social media, working to bring the podcast to Patreon, as I think Stephanie mentioned earlier. I have so many episodes that I am rolling out to you very soon. Yeah, the Patreon too. Yes. You love that I am in good hands. Thank you so much, Sandra. Thank you so much. Wow. I almost can't believe that this is amazing. I'm very grateful to have gotten through this. Somebody tell Cory Booker what he started. Somebody tell that man. Um, yes, and I am grateful that I was able to support an organization, to support a worthy cause. I thought, you know, why not? You know, I feel like something like this goes hand in hand, you know, to do this kind of thing that's so and maybe that's because um when I was growing up in Buffalo, they had a 24-hour telethon to raise money, I believe, for a hospital. You'd rather watch me than Corey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. And so just staying up, trying to stay up a lot during the night to watch them and raise money. And they would show you the kids that the funds would benefit. And yeah, that's just kind of coming up for me, just kind of a part of growing up. And so I thought, wow, going to be up all night long, raise money for a worthy cause. And you know, that act of giving feels really good. Of being able to um, support an important cause, important work, an important organization. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Wow. Thank you so much for all of you. And I want to shout out Elisa again for when the internet went down and she stayed on. You have some music queued up to celebrate? Girl, I do not. I do not. And I should. I should. But these are lessons learned for the next time. Lessons learned for the next time. And I was mentioning Elisa and the internet, it went down, came back, it went down again. And just like when Sandra was on for me, when I stepped away, Stephanie earlier, Melody, uh, when was on and with Lenada, Elisa stayed on, and you know, I just really, really appreciated that. Um, give up some love to your mom. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Uh, this was, you know, in honor of my mom whose birthday was yesterday. And I should ooh, yeah, I will. I've got something I could find that I was talking about, I think. Congratulations, you did it. Thank you, Teresa, for being you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are clapping up virtually. Wow, you guys. So cool. Let me see if I can find this song. That question is for you, Adrienne. What's next? What other podcasts are you working on? She's like, tell us again. Tell us again. Lunada, I have to go to the other another screen, and I don't want to lose you guys for me to do that because I have some in the hopper that I am rolling out to you all. Absolutely phenomenal, Adrienne. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you so much. And I'm winding down so fast, I'm not gonna be able to find the song. Well, maybe. Let me see. Um, gosh, it's this new upgrade on the Apple phone. It's making things hard. So I'll just say that my mother, Marjorie Murchison, thanks you all. She thanks you all through me. And I said to my mom, I said, you know, you can't ever leave me, right? And so she said, I know. You know, so she is here. She is here. Thank you, Elisa. 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes. You all are so cool. Thank you. Absolutely phenomenal event, Adrian. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you all so very much. And I thank God and oh, almost there. Thank you, Michael Waller. Thank you. Thank you so much. What a wonderful tribute to your mother. Thank you so much. I want to thank God, you know, for holding up. You know, I was talking about how the internet um got funky for a minute, and I think I know why that happened. And, you know, the rest of the time, um, everything went smoothly. So just thank you so much for to all of you. Thank you. So it is 11:59, and we did that. We did that. Yep. Oh, yellow gold. Take text yellow gold. I'm confused. Oh, it's 12 p.m. We did it. We did it. We did it. And let me see what you sent to me, Stephanie. Oh, the live chat. Thank you. You all go. Let me go shorten my screen. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day. I can't wait to talk to you all after I get a little bit of rest. Um, thank you. You've been a true blessing. And we have more in common than we think. What we have in common can change the world. And let's start healing. Let's start healing. Thank you so much.